All right, guys. Oh, man. Mm, all right. All right, guys. So today, PCE data comes out. It's a big day. It'll be very relevant for market activity and all that stuff. All right. So PCE. All right, guys. So expectations. Hey, what's up, Ben? So it's at 8:30 today. What's up, John? It's in about. Hold on one second. Bear with me, guys. Hold on. I'm getting the banners up. Hold on. You can see, yeah, we're down a little bit in our Microsoft trade today, but we're still up. And we scaled out of most of it. We got 25 shares left. So, I mean, all right, there you go. Thank you, sir. I think I might have forgot to monetize. Oh, I did. Thank you, man. Yeah, I forgot to. Yeah, we got like an hour and 43 minutes left. I'll put the timer up so you guys can know when it starts. Uh, all right, guys. So yeah, so PCE deflator, very relevant inflation data comes out today. The big one, unlike CPI or PPI, where the base CPI or PPI is more relevant, at least evokes a stronger reaction. With PCE, the core PCE gives you a stronger reaction. So the big one here is the core PCE month over month data. It is expected to show up at 0.4% today. 0.4%. Yes, last time it was 0.3%. On the year last time it came in at 4.3%. The expectation was or the time previously was 4.4%. We also have personal spending at 1.3% expectations versus last time it came in at minus 0.02. We've got Michigan consumer sentiment and conditions expectations. We also have new home sales at 10 that we're going to cover here as well. All right, and we might add a little bit more to non-Microsoft. We've already made money on Microsoft, so it just doesn't make sense to add to our Microsoft trade. We might add a little bit to Google on a pullback here. Now that we've essentially scaled out of our Microsoft trade yesterday, the timer is for PCE data. But yeah, it's inflation data. In fact, the Fed a lot of the time uses the PCE data more than CPI or PPI to gauge inflation. So it's a very relevant data released today. It's not as big. It doesn't evoke as strong of a reaction as like CPI or something like that, but it's still a big reaction, you know. So it'll be important. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be red or green today. Yeah, I don't think the timer's off. Oh wait, you're right. The timer is off. My bad. It's gonna be 2 hours and, let me see. So right now it's 6:20. It's gonna be 2 hours. My bad, guys. You're right. It's gonna be it drops at 2:30. So yeah, this is for 8 AM my time, basically. I'm gonna have to redo this. So it's really gonna be in about 2 minutes. This is right. That's a more accurate timer. Yep. Alright, guys. So yeah, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. Hit the notification bell. Hit that like button. Help us, bump the stream up. Yeah, it's definitely one of the top 2 timers in the world right now. But yeah, PCE data, very relevant data, very important data, will move markets. Um, Again, if you don't know what the PCE data, just to give you the actual definition of it, the core PCE price index measures the changes in the price of goods and services purchased by consumers for the purpose of consumption, excluding food and energy. And prices are weighted according to total expenditure per item, which is why it's different than like CPI and PPI. It measures the price change from the perspective of the consumer. It is a key way to measure changes in purchasing trends and inflation. And then again, it's what the Fed uses to determine how bad inflation is getting. So relevant data, it can move markets big. So would you mean higher or lower than expected? Gonna raise markets? I hope so, man. We will see. Let me get the music going. Y'all can't hear the music, right? Like I like my background music, but every day when I wake up, I put on some other music. You know, I was listening to Lil Wayne just now. Now I got to turn it off and put on this generic music. It's okay. I think YouTube added something that made it so that I'm able to. There's some songs that made it so that I'm able to pick out some type of other copyright free music. But yeah, so this must have just came out. know the YouTube came out with some new rules. I feel like they sent me an email. Let me look the email up here. Hold on. And monetization updates with creator music. You now have access to creator music, a growing catalog of recognizable tracks that you can use in your monetized videos without worrying about claims. Creator music offers multiple ways to use music, upfront licensing, revenue sharing, and free audio tracks. Bro, where's this at? Let me see. Ooh, they got some Frank Ocean. So they'll let me play Frank Ocean. All right, but I got to share it with Frank. I was going to put Swim Good in there, but, you know, I don't think they're going to. I don't feel like, no offense, Frank. I love your music, man, but I don't feel like splitting it with you, bro. I'll have to play with this afterwards. This is cool, though. You know, you can put some, like, more well-known music if you want. Oh, you got some of you got to pay for it outright. I don't know. Search. That's what I want to do. Oh, no, they don't. Okay, so. Some of it. That's cool, though. They've got some old songs that I used to listen to that you can. Sorry, I'm checking this out now. Let's check out. All right, guys. So Marcus break it down a little bit. Like I said, at 8 a.m., I might add a little bit to this. Or at 7 a.m., I might add a little bit to this. Yeah, so it doesn't look like Wayne lets you use any of his songs. The only other thing is, like, if I use some of these songs, like, would I have to age restrict my videos? You know, because, like, I don't feel like doing that either. Anyways, we'll keep looking at it. All right, we'll do a poll right now. My bad, guys. Here, I got you. Hold on. Got it. All right, we'll do it. All right, so PCE data comes out today. Bullish or bearish? Or does the PCE data come in higher or lower than expected? Higher, worse than expected. Lower, better than expected. Or neutral. Vote on that poll. We just did that poll live. We're also going to do a Twitter poll as well. What's up, Regan? All right, vote on that poll. Victor, what's up, man? What's up, Beach Bum? You still holding UNG? I think so. Pretty sure I am. I might have cut it. Let me see. No, I'm still in it. A little green on it today. We're not holding a lot, though. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't like options necessarily. Who said that about Google? Shepherd. It's one of the reasons I don't like options. Is because it's like I like to be able to hold. Like when I buy something, and when you guys see me buy something, I'm willing to hold that thing for years. You know, that's something I say a lot, which because it's true. Like I'm really willing to hold these for a long time if I need to. You know. Um, nice type. Yeah, Bruce is big, man. If y'all want to see who's barking, this is Bruce right here. This is Bruce right here. That's Bruce, the puppy. He's 7 months old. That's the dog y'all hear barking on the stream. You know, he's just a little baby though. He's a sweetheart, man. He's really cool. But that's Bruce. Yeah, I might add a little bit more to my Google trade. I'm in Microsoft, but I scaled out of most of it yesterday. You can see I'm still holding 25 shares. My average is still higher or lower than we are now. So again, I'll probably just wait until the open or wait until 30 minutes or so and then add a little bit to Google, fix my average some more. Yeah, Bruce is cool, man. He's a really sweet dog. Like Rosie's kind of like apprehensive and nervous and like, you know. But you know, every dog has like a different personality. Rosie's kind of like apprehensive and nervous and a little bit more timid. Rosie is. Bruce is the opposite. Bruce, we brought him to the vet yesterday, and he's so food motivated that like, you know, he'll just walk right up to anybody and eat and like hang out and lick them and you know. Yeah, we'll have to get him a emoji like Rosie. Yeah, Bruce pushes around Rosie now, unfortunately. I mean, Rosie is older. Rosie's like 1.5 years right now. Bruce is still 7 months. And so Bruce, but he's bigger than Rosie already. And when they play fetch a lot. Like we play fetch. I've got one of those Nerf guns that shoots the tennis balls. And like Bruce is getting the ball almost every single time. Now, in order for Rosie to get it, I gotta like hold Bruce back and let Rosie go get it and then bring it back. Because if we let both of them go after it at the same time, Rosie's never getting it. You know, Bruce will grab that ball fast, man. You know. Yeah. What's up, Vlad? I haven't traded yet, man. It's still pretty early. It's 5:30. I'm in Texas right now, so it's 5:30 in the morning. So I'm just not trading yet. I just got up. Bruce is a German Shepherd, is what he is. Bruce is a German Shepherd. Okay, well, thank you, Droopy. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, sir. Okay, so higher is worse for sure. This one's not as questionable as yesterday's GDP data. GDP is more nuanced. We don't really know what kind of reaction we're going to get. PCE data is not nuanced at all. PCE data, higher is worse, lower is better. So if we come in lower than expected, the market's going to push up. If we come in higher than expected, the market's going to fall down. And that's an almost certainty. So yeah, it's just inflation data. So, you know, higher than expected is worse because it means that prices are higher, and that's not good. Lower than expected is better because it means prices are lower, and that's good. So I'm looking at this YouTube music thing. And like, he doesn't look like he... Who else do I want to listen to? No, none of that here either. Okay. They need better search options for this, man. There we go. Okay, I found it. I could buy some of these songs. Yeah, so again, UNG, Natty Gas up. Still trending against everything else. Looks like it was good for me to buy it. Microsoft bouncing a little bit here. We're still in Microsoft. You can see we're up 53 on the remaining 25 shares. I don't know what we're going to do. We'll probably add a little bit to it. Again, PCE data drops at 8:30. We will be streaming that live as we always do. PCE tracks prices. Higher is worse, lower is better. Yeah, German Shepherds are the coolest dogs, man. They're just the coolest dogs, bro. They are just incredibly smart. Incredibly smart dogs. Is really what it is. They're smarter than any other dog I've ever had. Like Carol asked me, Carol's actually allergic to dogs, right? And, you know, my sister was allergic growing up, but my dad was just kind of like, nah, we're not getting rid of them, you know? And so over time, like after a year, my sister was not allergic at all to dogs anymore. Her body got used to it. Her immunity built up to it, and she just wasn't allergic at all. And so I understood that, like, people who are allergic to dogs, a lot of the time it's just from a lack of exposure, to be honest. I'm not saying you should get a dog if you're allergic or whatever, because there's some outliers to that as well. And there's some that aren't like that and that are truly, you know, just, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Still, I understood that, like, people can develop immunities to the dogs that were previously allergic to them. And so my mom stayed at my house one time with her dog, and Carol was fine. Carol didn't sneeze. Carol didn't cough. Carol was okay. And so after that, we were like, okay, well, we're going to get a dog. And Carol was like, we should get a lab. And I was like, no, we're going to get a German Shepherd, you know, because I want a guard dog as well as like a family dog. And like a lab's cool, but like somebody breaks in here, you know, a lab's a lab. You know, they might bark really loud, but like it's still a lab. You know, German Shepherd's the best of both worlds. You know, great guard dog as well as great family dog, super intelligent. Best dog I ever had growing up was a German Shepherd. Yeah, Bruce shed, like when we got out of the room, we went into the room with the vet yesterday, and by the time we left that room, there was hair everywhere, you know. John, if you win $1 billion lottery, what will you do with that money? So after taxes, $1 billion lottery would be roughly about what, like 500 million? If I won 500 million, I would take 300 of it and stick it into dividends, probably. I'd take another 100 or so and stick it into real estate. I'd take 300 million and stick part of it, half of it into dividends, the other half of it in just the market in general. And then I'd take another 100 million of that or so and put it into real estate. And then I'd probably live off the rest, maybe try to build other businesses around 50 million of that, and then live off of the remaining 50 million or something. I'd do something like that probably. That way I could live off of the dividends if I really wanted to. You know, the investments into the S&P 500 are going to keep up with inflation, and so I'll have something to pass on to my kids. You know, 50 million's plenty. You know what I mean? You don't need more than 50 million. That's probably what I would do. Well, I would probably give to charity, but I'd give, like I said, I'd probably give some of my dividend income to charity and do it that way. You know, that way I could keep giving instead of just giving them one. chunk of money I could kind of keep giving over time. Buy all of Doge. What do you think about the billionaire Thomas Lee? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about any of that, man. 7. No worries, man. Analysts say with free money gone, old economy, steel industry. Maybe. What's expected for core PCE? Core PCE is expected to show up at 0.4%. 0.4%. Yeah, so what's crypto doing today, man? I haven't looked at Bitcoin at all. Bitcoin back up to 24K. That's great. Yeah, I can buy 60K Doge now. I just don't feel like it, you know. Yeah, I'm in Microsoft, but I've already taken profit, David. So it's like you can see here, I'm in 25 shares left. I had like 100 plus shares. So I had like 150 shares, really. So you can see, like, yeah, we're still in Microsoft, but our average is 250, roughly 250, a little bit under 251. And we're green on the last remaining position. So we've already scaled out of most of our Microsoft trade, and we're already out of most of it. And we're just kind of sitting on a last little 25 shares. Yeah, we're down on the day, but we're still green on the trade as a whole. And we've already scaled out of so much to where we're not going to be red. You know, like we've already made enough money on it to where we're not going to be red. Yeah, we got about an hour and 50 minutes. Yeah, if I had that much, I'd probably start my own charity. You know. Yeah. So again, we're still up in the remaining Microsoft trade. We're still in Google as well. And again, we might add to Google. I'm not sure about it though, but we might add to it. We'll see. What would you do if you had 1 million subs? Honestly, our views are, I'm not going to say they're as good, but there's a stock trader that's got about 1 million subscribers, and we get similar views to him already. Subs don't mean much. It's more so the views that you get from it. Like, we get more views than some larger stock trading channels here. And so subs are important and all, but views matter more so than subs do. So you know. All right, Bitcoin, we got the SPY in the middle. Microsoft, we're still in that. Again, we're still holding that. Yeah, what's up, Antonio? SPY still at 398. Like I said, I'll probably add to Google. I think Google's really at my ad spot. So if I could fix my average, get it a little bit better, I really like the Google trade. Again, it's kind of the same thing I did with Microsoft, where I just kind of kept adding to it as it pulled back. And then when it ripped up, I took profit fast. It enables me to make money most of the time with these trades, you know. Market could drop real low. Yeah, it could. We'll see if it does, man. I don't know. Bitcoin over 24K. Do y'all think it'll hold? Let's look at the poll numbers here. We're also going to do a Twitter poll. If you miss a bull or bear quote, if you missed the bull or bear quote, we're doing one on Twitter right now. All right, guys. So we are doing SPXQ. All right. So yeah, if you missed the bull or bear quote, we are doing it now on Twitter. If you want my Twitter handle, it's at Beginner Trades. At Beginner Trades, give your boy a follow. We appreciate it. Yeah, guys, let's take a look at Lunar here. Lunar has dropped all the way down to 24s here. Again, we said this exact same thing here, bro. We said the exact same thing. Again, we got our PCE poll live here as well, boy. Man, same thing. We said the exact same thing here. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Let's bump those like numbers up to over 100. Got the Twitter poll live as well. Again, follow me on Twitter. We're doing a little bit of everything. We got yeah, there's the Nightbot post. Thank you, DS. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. What, you prefer sell or no? I really don't know what the market's going to do here, guys. We got a little bit of lag time right now. So the good thing is, like, I'm going to be adding probably into this pullback on Google. The reason I'm adding to this is because because we've got a period where we don't have that much economic data. You know, we've got a period where we don't have a ton of economical data live. You know. So we don't have CPI, we don't have PPI, we don't have GDP, we don't have PCE, we don't have a Fed meeting or a rate hike decision for another month. So just about a month. So we got a period of time where we don't have any much influence from economical data. And so now I'm going to be trying to buy some pullbacks, maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to be buying pullbacks. Again, if you want to follow me, vote on the poll right here. So here's the poll. I'd appreciate it if you give me a follow on Twitter. We are growing our Twitter page. And so if you haven't already, here's the follow. Here's the Twitter link. Give your boy a follow. What's up, Layla? What's up, Kama? Yeah, so higher is worse. This is definitely a little bit more set in stone with regards to kind of what kind of reaction we're going to get here. Higher is worse. Lower is better for sure, without question. Higher is worse, lower is better, right? So we want a lower number if you want up positive market reactions. We want a higher number. We do not want a lower number, you know. They put out the betting odds for the next president. Whew. Not to go too political, I'm not really a politics guy, but who do y'all think is going to win? Kanye? Yeah, I don't know. 0.4 is lower, correct? So expectations for today are for 0.4. Right, so 0.4 is as expected. It'll be neutral. If we come in at 0.4% for the PCE data, it'll be neutral. Last time was 0.3%. So regardless of whether it's expected or not, if we come in at 0.4, it is going to be higher than last time. You know, and that might be why the market's dropping kind of in preparation for that. But yeah, Pawn is right. We called this drop yesterday. We told you guys what would happen. We told you guys how it would go. I'm going to have to get my boy here and see if they can find me. But yeah, we were absolutely right about Lunar. We called it too. Is anybody getting lag on the channel? Yeah, maybe asking about the politics is bad idea, guys. Bad idea. Anybody know Tsla, blockchain branding on Twitter? I'm not saying he is a scam, but I get so many scam people following me trying to, he doesn't look like a scam. It looks legit, but I don't know. Anybody ever heard of Tsla, blockchain branding? Looking at him now. His tweets are getting some views, I'll say that. Oh, I already do make time. I dislike all of them. Okay, cool, Rand. Thank you, man. I appreciate the update on that. No lag, good. All right, guys. So yeah, in about 6 minutes, we'll start adding to our Google trade. Trying to fix our average a little bit. Yeah, Nvidia ripped up, man. Do you think Lunar will recover after that drop from yesterday? Probably not. I called the drop. I literally told people exactly what was going to happen, which is that I told people, I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, within a week, that thing's going to be right back down. And that's exactly what happened, guys. Remember, every squeeze we get, every pump we get, you always got some people that are left holding bags. It's just the normal flow of things. It's why you should take profit, but greed gets in people's head. And like, how many times have you seen a stock rip up past $130 after going up? Like, seriously, how many times have you seen a stock that goes from $8 all the way up to 136 and keeps going? Very rare, very rare. But greed gets people, man. Yeah, what's Nvidia at right now? There's Nvidia here. Nvidia at 234s. Yeah, nobody. The quote is, "No one ever lost money taking profit." Yeah, Nvidia's still not doing that bad relative to everything. Nvidia's still holding, so Nvidia kind of led the market a little bit. While the market dropped yesterday, Nvidia held. Tesla too. Yeah, Tesla up to 203s, back down to 198, so it did end up giving some back. And the market rebounded some, but the SPY is down. I think people are nervous about PCE data today. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, but a lot of these shorts are not going to be available though, man. What shorting is? Shorting is the equivalent of going to your neighbor and saying, "Hey, let me borrow a bag of sugar." That a bag of sugar costs $1, And so you borrow a bag of sugar, you sell it, you take the $1, you put it in your pocket. You wait for a price of sugar to drop from $1 to 50 cents, and then you buy a bag of sugar back for 50 cents, and you return it to your neighbor, and you keep the 50-cent difference. That is what shorting is, right? But by that logic, the people who you are, quote, buying the bag of sugar from are long-term investors who don't care about short-term price fluctuations. Who the heck is holding Lunar long-term? Nobody is, right? So with that in mind, finding shorts available for Lunar is going to be incredibly difficult and unlikely. You know what I mean? It's going to be incredibly difficult and unlikely to find shorts available for Lunar. Why? Because it's a terrible penny stock that's just getting pumped up. You don't have long-term investors that are willing to hold through that. And so shorts are going to be hard to find. You could find put options, maybe. I don't know. I haven't even checked the platform. I could check TOS to see about Lunar put options. Nope, no options for Lunar. It's definitely not ETB either. It's HTB. Maybe NTB. Yeah, I mean, that's what shorting is, but again, with that in mind, if you want to know why some stocks are ETB versus HTB versus NTB, which is ETB is easy to borrow, like the SPY is easy to borrow. I could short the SPY without locating it. Apple, Disney, they're all easy to borrow. I can short them without locating. why is because those are really healthy long-term companies that they have a ton of long-term investors that are willing to take their little percent by loaning out shares because they're going to be sitting on those things for 20 years anyway, so they don't care. So those are the type of stocks that are going to be ETB. The type of stocks that are not going to be ETB are Lunar and stuff like that, who nobody in their right mind is going to be holding Lunar for 10 years. And so in that regard, like those are the stocks that shorts are not going to be available. Those are the stocks where you got to locate shorts, and then even then, you're still not going to be able to find them most of the time because they just don't have enough people holding them. I'm getting ear pain here, man. Tesla popping up at 199 right now here. Again, we're getting ready to add to our Google trade. And again, we've got the extra equity to do so because of we got out of Microsoft, most of it. We're holding 25 shares, you can see here, but we're mostly out of Microsoft. All right, guys, so here goes 7. Tesla popped up to 199 here. Yeah, we just added a little bit more. Fixed our average a little bit. There we go. All right, so Microsoft's still down here. Should I add to Microsoft down here? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, debt's high, but we always have high debt, to be honest. Yeah, no, you wouldn't, Shepard. Most people haven't. It's a really obscure penny stock that got pumped up and manipulated mostly, is all it really is, to be honest here. So that's genuinely what it is. Where do I find the music? Oh, there it is. All right, so we're gonna. All right, guys. So we did add a little bit to Google here. We're just gonna sit on that, I think. All right, guys. So We'll see if we get a bounce here. Again, if PCE data comes in good, then we might be okay. Mike Jones here. Sorry, I'm looking at the new YouTube music library. Dude, yeah, none of my favorite artists. I do like the fact that they let you pay for music, though. You know, I'll have to look back and see what songs they got. You can buy some music. So that's cool. So we're getting a little bit of a breakdown some more here. We're at 398s on the SPY here. As you can see, we got about an hour and a half left until the data comes out. About an hour and a half left. NVIDIA is still doing really well. AMC not leaving. See, bro. The problem with AMC is that it's like, bro, the AMC is a look into how penny stocks behave, right? Where it's like sensationalism is ripe. What generally happens is like the long-term trend of these stocks is going to go down. When they do get pumped up, you get a lot of bag holders. So it's like, say you bought it here, right? Say you bought it here, and then it dumped down on you. You know, a lot of people are going to be like, say you bought it there and then it just crashed on you. You know, a lot of people are going to get stuck in those positions. You know, they're going to get stuck. And what happens when you get stuck? You're bullish on it, right? You get stuck. If you're holding it for way over here, you know, if you rode this big pump up all the way up to here and then it slammed down on you quickly, a lot of traders are stuck here, you know? So it's like, as the stock goes back up, instead of selling it and getting a little bit, you know, losing a little bit, but not as much as they would, they stay in it and they say, to the moon, hold the line, hold the line. And then every little baby pop, apes never leaving, to the moon, you know, like these little pops are small relative to the year, you know, like I'm holding this and my average is somewhere in like the 8s, you know, so like even on this latest pop, we're still down in it and it's not much, like we're in a very small trade here, but like at a certain point, like why would you ever choose? Like, what's the argument for AMC going crazy and doing super well? Like, what's the genuine fundamental argument for AMC? And if there is no fundamental argument, what's the hope and optimism about? Like, do y'all think it's going to get squeezed again? You know, it's not the biggest short squeeze play in the market. It's not going to go to 1,000, you know? So, like, what's the hope, I guess, here? That's my question with AMC. Like, what's the hope? Like, what do y'all want to happen here? Like, what is best case scenario here? You know? What's up, Tristan? And again, maybe I'm just biased against it because of, you know, how toxic the AMC community has been over the last few years in some regards. But I can't imagine putting tens of thousands of dollars into AMC, you know, at like $40. I could never imagine doing that. That just sounds ridiculous, you know? And then it's like they lose money and then they scream manipulation. It's like, bro, AMC is a movie theater stock where it's arguable that movie theaters in general are starting to kind of head out. It's a movie theater stock. You know, we just had a global pandemic which stopped people from, you know, going to the movies. So it's like, what's the genuine argument here? I'm serious about it. Like, what's the real argument? What's the biggest short squeeze play? Well, you got to look at highest short float stocks. Put it this way, they've been saying AMC was going to squeeze to 1,000 for years now. For years. I'm like Squints. Forever. For years, they've been saying AMC was going to squeeze. At what point do y'all say, hey, it hadn't done it yet, it's probably not going to do it? You know? Like, how many people are still holding on for that squeeze? It's been years since the GameStop squeeze and since AMC went up to 60. You know? Like, here's the last 2 years of this thing, man. It's basically right back where it was, too. Like, look, here's 2 years ago. It's over 2 years ago. You know, it's basically right back where it was. You know? Y'all want to know what stocks have a higher short float than AMC? BYND, NVAX, WW, Blue Apron. I can keep going on, too. There's so many more stocks that have a higher short floats. GFAI, GNUS, ATNX. There's just so much more higher short, like potential short squeeze stocks than AMC. AMC's got about 22% short float. Not small necessarily, but not crazy high like they want you to believe it is. The float is also large for AMC, so, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Tammy says I'm a long-term holder. I understand that argument, I guess. I do understand that argument, I guess, Tammy. Just to be fair, I guess I understand that argument. Again, I think I'm biased. Like I said, I've said this a couple times. I think I'm biased, but I do genuinely understand that argument. Okay, so Tammy says she's a long-term holder. Her argument is this, and it makes sense. Okay, I'm not just hating on AMC. I'm really not. Like I said, I want it to go up. I'm actually holding it. But the argument is that prior to 2020, AMC was $30 a share. You know, what happened during 2020 made it drop back down to 191 before the crazy big squeeze. But prior to that, it was over $20 a share. And so in that regard, you know, I guess there is an argument that AMC could eventually come back up and see those levels again, because now that the fear of everything from 2020 is essentially done, it's a reasonable argument. I appreciate the reasonable argument. You know, again, I'm not just hating on it. I don't want it to seem like I'm just hating on it, because I'm not. Reasonable argument. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Tammy. I appreciate the donation. Thank you. Expected forecast is 0.4% for PCE. And remember, PCE is personal consumption expenditures. It's inflation data, and the Fed uses it to gauge inflation. Yeah, I guess it depends on what your average is, though. But again, I think the people who are holding, I think you got a certain amount of people right now that are holding it from here, you know. And I think if you're holding it from up here, you know, it's gonna be a long position, like a long-term position, you know. And I hope it works. Like I said, I'm in it. I hope it goes up. I really do, you know. All right, guys. So we got a few people talking about Bitcoin pumping up right now. Bitcoin's up to 24.1 right now, so that's good. All right, we fixed our average on Google down to 91s now. Yeah, but I mean, Tammy, here's the argument, the other side of that argument. Okay, Tammy says the short interest report isn't accurate. It's all manipulation. Our buy orders are going to go to the dark pool. The proof is out there. Yeah, and I understand that argument, Tammy, but what I will say is this, okay? A lot of the time what happens with penny stocks, like AMC, not necessarily AMC, but with other stocks in the stock market. And again, understand my perspective here, which is that, like, I've traded for years and years and years every day. I've seen people come to my streams for years and years and say, hey, ABC penny stock, CEI is going to go crazy. BBIG is going to go crazy. SOS is going to go crazy. And then when they don't, they say, oh, well, it would have gone crazy, but manipulation. Manipulation is the reason it did. And the problem with that thinking is that you can always cry manipulation when things don't work out like you want them to. Anything could say that, especially I think in this regard where the CEO, Ron himself, is coming out saying, hey, like, I don't see the big naked, synthetic share naked short situation like all the retail traders are saying. Like, the CEO is saying, hey, and he probably wants that situation to be true more than anything because that means it could squeeze, and I think they're taking good steps in that regard to lower the float. I think one of the biggest opponents to a big crazy move up is such a high float for AMC. But I think what happens is you got a lot of big influencers who say, yeah, AMC is going to hit 1,000. It's going to hit 1,000. And then when it doesn't, they say, oh, well, it would have, but manipulation. It's just a cop-out. It's a way for them to avoid being wrong, essentially. And I see a lot of them use it, not just with AMC, but with penny stocks. I'm not saying there's not manipulation. What I'm saying is that the moves AMC has made so far is pretty sensible. I think if AMC rips up, it's not going to be some crazy short squeeze play. The short float's just not high enough to make it pushed over 100 or anything like that, in my opinion. What more so could be the root of the push up is from the community itself. A lot of supporting holders of AMC in the float, right? And so I think in that regard, it could push up. But I don't think it's some like push down short squeeze play that is going to go over 1,000 one day. I just don't think that. I think, again, that's confirmation bias because it's what people want to happen. It's the truth that people want there to be. But, again, I don't know if I'm on that. And again, I think you got to understand my perspective of, I've gotten shamed so much for being honest with people. Again, I can list the stocks. BBIG. Okay. BBIG, they told me this one was going to go crazy a couple years ago, that it was the next big thing. That that I was just a hater that didn't know what I was talking about is what they would say, right? BBIG now at 50 cents a share. That is the daily chart of BBIG. Terrible company. CEI, same thing. I'm just a hater who doesn't know what I'm talking about. This thing has been reverse split to death and it still looks terrible. And it's only at $1.76 with so many reverse splits. Terrible company, terrible chart, has gone straight down and gotten, reverse split. Eventually this thing will go to pink sheets if it's not there already. SOS, another one, gone from 128.60s. And I think this one's been reverse split a few times too. And so my point here is that just because the big influencers you're following, like, you can twist whatever kind of report and fundamentals to say manipulation, right? It's really easy to do that. You can look at any penny stock that fails and you're going to have people screaming manipulation. But it doesn't mean there actually is. And again, a lot of the time it's just a cop-out to avoid being wrong. And I think you got to look at that objectively after a certain point and realistically. Because if you don't, then you're just bound to get taken advantage of by some of these influencers. And again, I have no reason to lie about this. If anything, it probably makes people leave the channel sometimes because because truth hurts sometimes and people don't want to hear it. But it's the truth nonetheless. Yeah, I like AMC. I think I like the argument, Tammy, for 30 or 40, like $30 or $40 a share. I think that's a reasonable argument. Pre-2020, it was up there. I think that's a reasonable argument. So it's logical to say, okay, well, if they get their, books in order, then, it's plausible that they get up there. That's possible for sure. I like that argument. Again, I'm not hating on AMC. I'm just saying the people screaming manipulation, people screaming $1,000 a share and synthetic shares and naked shorts and manipulation. Again, a lot of that is confirmation bias. A lot of that is they want that to be true so that they're not wrong. It's kind of like Scooby-Doo, the bad guys in Scooby-Doo. It would have hit 1,000 if it wasn't for those pesky, hedge fund synthetic shares, naked shorts. The problem with it is that hedge funds are not dumb. They're not dumb. Hedge funds are the brightest people in the world, man. They get headhunted out of Ivy League colleges most of the time. These people are not dumb. Like, they lost billions with GameStop. They're not gonna be dumb again with some of these, meme stocks. They're not gonna just say, hey, cause me to lose billions again. They're just not gonna do that. They're not dumb. And again, I think a lot of the big AMC YouTubers entered the market. They did not have much experience when they started covering AMC, right? And so, if you enter the market and you see GameStop just go crazy, you might think short squeeze like this are going to happen all the time. GameStop squeeze was one of the largest in history. It's incredibly rare. It does not happen all the time. And so it's not something you're going to see every day. And it's something that you got to be objective about. Most of the time when it does happen, it's low floats. It's very low float stocks. So it's stocks that can get easily manipulated. For instance, Lunar, the crazy one that went up to 130s, has 4 million in the float. 4 million in the float. And so just to put that into perspective, it has 125 times smaller float than AMC. 125x smaller float than AMC. And so not something that happens a lot. Yeah, you might be right, Tammy. Like I said, I don't know if I buy it, but I'm not bashing AMC. See, here's the problem. It's like if you don't agree with them 100% about the manipulation, then they say you're bashing it. I'm not. Like, I just don't buy it. Again, maybe I'm wrong. I could very easily be wrong. I'm not hating on AMC. What I'm saying is that I don't buy the manipulation argument. I think AMC is a stock that got hit by a global pandemic in 2020, and people didn't want to go to the movies anymore. And with that, it had a rough couple years, and it dropped down to whatever it was. But again, I like the argument of pre-COVID, pre-2020. I like that argument. Nvidia short, I'm not shorting it. And what I will ask Tammy is like, anybody that disagrees is not bashing AMC. Like, that type of behavior is toxic, where it's like anybody that disagrees with you, you just kind of, say, oh, bashing, FUD, haters. Like, that's toxic, immature behavior. No offense to you. I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying, like, a lot of that group will act that way, and it's just not reasonable. Like, people, the beautiful part about the stock market is that everybody has different perspectives. People have different perspectives here. It's subjective. Interpretation is subjective here, so it's not something that everybody's going to agree with you, and it's not bashing if they don't agree with you. It's not a reasonable, thing. So I'm looking at Bitcoin futures, Indy. And like I said, Tammy, it's all love here. I hope, I genuinely hope that we can disagree in that regard and not go to name calling, because that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm really not. Like I said, I'm trying to find common ground. Hey, and Chad, be respectful as well. Chad, be respectful. Be nice. Like I said, I'm in AMC. I hope it goes up. I like Pepsi better, narcissist, but hey. Yeah, listen, for sure. I bought Disney. I bought a few things up with the movie theaters. Yeah, look, I'm all for it, man. I hope they come back. Like I said, I hope movie theaters come back. I'm in AMC. I'm not hating on AMC. What I'm saying is that the people who scream short, the people who scream, synthetic shares, naked shorts. Listen, every stock out there has synthetic shares and naked shorts. Every major stock in the world has that. It's not a surprise that, AMC has that as well. It doesn't mean it's going to crazy parabolic squeeze one day. It's not a reasonable expectation for it. Hey, well, good luck, Tammy. I hope you make money. Like I said, that's roughly right around where my average is too. But what I will say is, just because somebody disagrees with you about very subjective things doesn't mean you should just kind of get weird with them. You know what I mean? That just shows emotion. It just shows emotion. It shows, you know what I mean? It really does. In the end, we got to be able to have differing opinions in this regard, and not at least and The ape community is good in a lot of ways, but in some ways, attacking anybody that disagrees or that doesn't, like I said, these are subjective things, right? These are subjective things. And so I think we have to look at them like that and understand people are going to have differing opinions. SPY at 398s right now. We'll see if it holds. It depends on what you're trying to trade, Sunil. It depends on what you're trying to trade, what contracts you're trying to trade, what contracts where you want to trade. You know, each contract, you know, is different price. Like the E-mini per contract is going to be like 4,000 or 5,000 right now. What's the E-mini at? It's like 4K. So about 4K per contract of the E-mini, right? So you want to trade 2 contracts, you're going to need 8K. You know, 3. I would say you need at least a couple if you want to trade. You probably want to start off with the micro E-mini as well. So you're going to need like 10 to 15K, I would say, if you want to do it yourself. But it varies, you know. Yeah, all good. All good, Tammy. Yeah, son of it's going to be like 12 to 15K, I would say. Which is the best broker for features with less cost? I don't know. Straight says, don't sweat it. Everyone in this chat owns a stock that they are sitting on at the moment and nervous about. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, to put it into perspective, I am in AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, Ford, HKD. I got 1 share of HKD right now. I'm in Lyft too, but most of these are very small. We're actually very green over the last few days, and on the year we're green too. Well, it was a little bit of a short squeeze. It wasn't like a crazy big short squeeze. Like, point is, some shorts were covering in that regard for sure, and you know that's not really arguable, I don't think. But I think I agree with you in that it wasn't purely a short squeeze. That again, one of the biggest things that AMC has going for it is the size of that community, and they're super supportive of AMC. And so I think when you got a lot of traders in that float that support the stock, I think that's a great thing. And I think if AMC makes another really big move up, then it's going to be because of that following, basically. You know. Hey, congrats, Sam. Yeah, I got 1 share of HKD. 1 share. You know, I got 1 share of HKD. 1. You know, uno. Why do I keep this beard, bro? This is the greatest beard in the world, sir. What's W? Wayfair, I don't like it. I don't like the stock. Lyft and Uber. Yeah, maybe. I don't think Uber and Lyft are. I disagree. I don't think Lyft and Uber are going to be penny stocks eventually. I think that they're too widely used for that. I think too many people use them for that. And so, yeah, I think they're kind of like Snapchat where they've got a lot of usage, but monetization problems. But I think whenever you get a lot of usage in that regard over time, it's gonna get better. Margins are going to get better, so forth and so on. I think that's kind of how it is, you know. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. All right, guys, we're looking at our Twitter numbers here. 57 or 56% say bear. 44% say bull. Looking at our actual YouTube numbers here. We are at 54% think we're going to come in worse than expected. 26% think we're going to come in better than expected, and 20% are neutral. Yeah, my video player keeps lagging, which is kind of strange. Like, we got about 500 people here, but I look at my player, it says we got like 200 or something. Oh man, Lord of the Rings movies are being developed. Hey, that's great. I don't know here. It could be good, it could be bad. I'm a huge Lord of the Ring fan. I did not like the latest series. I just didn't like it. I thought, I thought it was kind of boring. But I'm also a big Game of Thrones person, and I love House of Dragon, right? So I was watching House of Dragon and then comparing that to Game of Thrones, and so and then comparing that to Game of Thrones, and so I liked House of Dragon way more. But I love Lord of the Rings. I love the original trilogy, and if they're coming out with more movies, that's great. I did think that the Hobbit and the spin-offs from the Hobbit were a little bit lackluster, to be honest. Um, but love the movies. Love the world. Didn't really like Ring of Power that much, but it's all good. Sea Bear, yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the pullback was pretty necessary, I think, leading into this. Like, I thought we needed to pull back some into it, but .8:30 a.m. Yeah, we got about an hour, almost exactly an hour, a little bit less than an hour before the data comes out. Oh, that's right. You want to see the dog barking again? We posted a picture of Bruce on Twitter. Here, Bruce is getting big. Yeah, so here's Puppy Bruce. This is Bruce right here, man. Just a cool dog, bro. Bruce is a sweetheart, dude. He really is. Yeah, Bruce is really a cool dog. But that's Bruce. Market bounced it up a little bit. Yeah, bro. So I had a company message me, and I'm not going to be specific because I told them I wouldn't. I wouldn't talk bad about them online. So I'm not going to be specific about who it is, right? It's not really a well-known company. But I had a company email me, and or I had a company send me bot views in the comments. Like, they sent me comments promoting, hey, join ABC, you know, ABC futures account, you know, is what I'll call it. ABC futures funding account, right? Or whatever it is. I'm not going to be specific. I won't say their name. Honestly, if they want to get weird, I will say their name, but I'm not going to. I'm going to be respectful about it. But they basically sent me fake comments, you know. And so then I see them, then they send me an email saying, hey, beginner trading, you know, do you want to work with ABC funding futures program? And I told them, I was like, look, y'all have been sending me bot comments. I was like, I'm never going to work with you. I was like, you do that, people are going to think you're a scam. I was like, never message me again. I'm never going to work with you. Ever, ever, ever. You know, I was like, if you're out there sending me bot comments, I'm just never going to work with you. Like, that's it, you know. And I was like, in a word of advice, this is what I said. Here, look, this is what I said. If you want to hear what I said, I'll read the full list of what I said here. They needed to hear it, to be honest, because that stuff's getting bad. Let me find the post. Where did it go? All right, let me exit out of this, exit out of that. But yeah, basically what I told him was that, yeah. They said, we would like to inform you that our company did not do this. And we take claims so seriously. We contacted you with a proposal. You know, basically like, oh, gasp, how dare you say we did it? And I told her, I was like, look. I said, look, to be honest, someone from your firm did, and it was obvious. Strangers are not sending bot comments to my channel randomly promoting your firm. I was like, while I understand that you might be young and really want to be seen online, bots are not the way to do it because it's going to make people correlate you with scams. I won't speak negatively about your firm online. And I haven't said their name. I'm not going to say their name. I'm not going to be that dramatic about it unless they want to go there. Just please don't contact me again. And a word of advice, any big YouTuber will know that it's you that is sending it the bot comments. Any big YouTuber is going to know that already. It will cause them to never work with you and think that you're a scam because we get so many scam bot comments already. I'm sure you will deny it, and that's fine. I understand you'll never admit to it, but still, bots promoting your firm are not coming out of nowhere. Thank you, John. End quote. Thoughts on that? You know? Again, so many people like, that's not the way you grow on YouTube, guys. It's just not the way you go. Honestly, I was helping them. People act like I'm like, you know, I'm not getting upset. I'm helping them. I'm being honest with them about it. You know, I'm like, hey, look, this is not going to help you. Like, this is not going to help you. No YouTuber is going to take you seriously if they see that. You know, it's just not going to help. I was really kind of looking out for him, like, yo, you want to grow, that's not the way. You know, that's going to make all that, you're going to burn bridges, is essentially what I was telling him. How would you correlate the dollar index with indexes? Like, so there's going to generally be an inverse correlation, Vrosh. So there's generally going to be an inverse correlation. So NASDAQ 100 goes up, dollar index is probably going down, and vice versa. Yeah, shepherds are great, man. Again, my mom used to have a German shepherd. And look, her name was Bear. She looked just like Bruce, right? Exactly like Bruce, like all black German shepherd, looked exactly like Bruce. Which is why I got Bruce, you know, because again, my mom had it was my mom's favorite dog growing up. It was so protective over my mom, and like Rosie is kind of like that with Carol. For whatever reason, sometimes German Shepherds will like latch onto one person and they'll be really, really nice and defensive over one person, which is kind of good because Carol, you know, because, you know, it's good that Carol has kind of a watchdog, but Rosie's a sweetheart. Rosie loves me too. But German Shepherds are just cool, man. They're super smart. When they have to go to the bathroom, like when Bruce has to go to the bathroom, he'll walk up to the door and he'll kind of, you know, he'll pat the door with his paw and look at us or bark. And Bear, my old dog, used to do the exact same thing. So they're just really smart, intelligent dogs that are good family dogs, but also good watchdogs. Hey, good luck, Veer. Yeah, I'm not going to short NVIDIA. I do think NVIDIA is kind of high, and I understand the short. I really do. So I understand the short here. But I also understand that, like, I understand it could be considered extended, but I also don't want to try to, bet on it, because I think the PE ratio is still very high. So I do understand a short for NVIDIA. I really do. I think we're extended up. But the thing you have to understand is, when you bet on a short for NVIDIA right now, you're essentially betting on bad PCE inflation data, right? Because the PCE data is going to move this. It's going to move it. And so in that regard, like, there's risks. If PCE data comes in much lower than expected, everything's going to pump up, including NVIDIA, regardless of how extended it is heading into it. Most likely, at least that's most likely what's going to happen. And so in that regard, like, there's risks taking big positions ahead of this data today. After this data release today, we're actually pretty slow with data for the next month, really. And so we got some stuff happening. Like, we've got some earnings next week. We've got some economical data next week, but it's not big data that's going to really wildly influence anything. And so, yeah, it's kind of slower time. So if you are going to swing trade or do whatever, after today's release, we could have some, good stuff. It's the end of my trading career if the NASDAQ 100 goes south. Bro, why are you taking such big positions, man? There's no reason. Take small positions. You should never risk your whole account on any trade. Again, if you're doing that, you're trading way too large, brother. AMD earnings. I'm assuming it's in the evening, so next Friday. Or no, next Thursday, AMD earnings. Okay, cool. Let me see. I know we got some other big earnings come out. What other earnings do we have left? Today we've got Cinemark, ACM Research, and a few other ones. Nothing really big. Nothing this evening. So I don't know, when are AMD earnings? I thought AMD earnings already happened. Okay, so AMD earnings aren't until May 2nd, man. Unless I'm missing something here. AMC, no. So AMD reported their earnings at the end of January. So we got some time before the next AMD earnings report. What about MU? MU is at the end of March. Okay. Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I gotta find a thumbnail pick. Yeah, I'm gonna be on Benzinga today, a little bit later this evening on Money Mitch's swing trading show. Look at this old picture of me, man. Look at that. There we go. That's a good one. This is from the AMC days when I was the Wizard O Stonks. Right. I missed the background. It was fun. Joe Rogan says we're going to zero. Well, Joe Rogan's wrong, sir. Going to zero. Do y'all really hear what y'all are saying, man? Did Joe Rogan really say that? Because if he did, Joe Rogan has no idea about the stock market. If the stock market goes to zero, guys, zero? Like, come on now. Zero is just the market goes to zero. Number one, it'll never happen because you're always going to have some buyers down there. So it's never going to go to zero. You know, if it did, we got much bigger problems, you know, but it's not going to happen. Are you still bullish? Yeah, I'm gonna show this every time somebody acts like I'm just permanently bullish. Okay, so again, I'm gonna drive you guys crazy with this because it's necessary. Because again, what happens here is that people, and I'm not saying this is you. I'm gonna preface this with I'm not saying it's you, right? But what happens is like because I disagree that we're gonna crash. People act like I'm only long biased and that I only think the market's going to go up and that I never think the market's going to go down because people really want to be right is what it is. People really want to be right. And so they act like I'm only a bull and that I'm a perma bull and that I only think the market's going to go up, so forth and so on. And so when they do that, it's really important for me to do this, right? So here is from last Thursday, not yesterday, but this is from last Thursday. So like a literal week ago, over a week ago. Okay, so over a week ago is when this is from, and I'm going to show it to you here. And I want you guys to really watch this, okay? It's important to actually see this because you'll see how correct I was, to be honest here. Like, you'll see how correct. So last Thursday, somebody asked me, they said, hey, John, should I buy stuff up right now? Should I buy stuff up right now? Now watch what I said, okay? For a long on the SPY. Oof. I'm not at 410. The market was at 410. What I would expect to happen if we're going to continue on this trend, at least. I think what I would expect to happen is a dip down to 400. I think, again, if you look at the market, guys, over the last 4 months, if we really look at the market, I would expect something like this to happen, right? So far, we have pumped up. We were at like 410, 413 for a while now on the SPY. We pumped up big for a while now. Consolidating into this here, we're about right here now. I guess what I would expect is a pullback to 400 right here. And then maybe we get a bounce at 400. We could also break down a little bit, but I think this is where we'll start to kind of go like this. And then maybe we'll make another leg up and continue like that. Maybe not. We could just dump down here and just kind of, right? But that is exactly what happened, essentially. Like that's basically exactly what happened here. SPY is pretty close to 400 now. We have actually done exactly what I drew on the chart. Here's a daily chart. We did exactly what I drew. And again, the reason we bet that, so it's not like I'm just always buying up stuff. And again, this was over a week ago on Thursday when the SPY was up here at like 410s, 413s. And so, again, just because we don't think we're going to crash does not mean that we're just a perma bull that thinks the market's going to go up. That's not how it is. It's more nuanced than that. Like, I'll put it this way, and this is the easiest way to explain it. And I think this is really important for people to understand. Okay, we push up really heavily over a couple week period, over a couple day period maybe, then my bias is going to be more on the downside. Like my bias is going to assume that we're extended short term and that we're going to pull back, and vice versa. If we move down over and over and over again over a couple day period, my bias is then going to be on the upside, and I'm going to assume that we're going to bounce a little bit from to extended downward action. Like that's kind of what it is. Again, I think a lot of the time bears and people who think we're going to crash, right? When they say, oh, when I say, hey, we're not necessarily going to crash, like that's not a for sure thing. Then they act like I'm a perma bull. So they go kind of completely the other way. And they say, oh, well, John's only betting that the market's going to go up. That video kind of shows you, hey, when the market was at 410s, like before we pulled back at all and we were still moving up, I said, hey, I'm not buying right here. I'm going to wait for pullbacks. I'm going to wait for dips. I don't think buying at 410 or 412 is a good idea. And of course, since then, since we said that, which is again about 7 days ago, we have in fact dipped down exactly as we projected. So it's important for people to understand. Market is a zero-sum game. Again, the SPY is not going to zero, guys. That's crazy. Maybe crypto, but I don't think so. Hey, that's right, Incal. I mean, like I said, when you're the best trader in the world right now, when you're the wizard o stonks like this, when you look this handsome riding a rocket ship and you're titled Wizard O Stonks, I mean, listen, you're just right. And, it's hard to just look good and be so right about stocks all the time and have so much humility as well. Top 3 for sure. Yeah, for sure, Aldrin. Again, everybody says we're going to crash. Everybody wants to be Michael Burry is really what it is, man. Nobody is, though. Nobody's Michael Burry. Except Michael Burry, and he's wrong. People act like he's some wizard. But y'all know I'm the wizard. And, Michael Burry, again, he's been more wrong than he's been right. He was right one time in 2008. He's been wrong basically every year since then. What's your current trading day bias? I guess on the upside, but it's also an economic release day. So I understand that extension plays less of a factor now because we are getting economic data that will make it, which will kind of cancel out any type of extension because of, the more important thing is economic data today. So it depends on what the data shows up as. Love intense. I see you're just gonna ignore the video I just showed you. That's okay. I'd ignore it too. I mean, it's all good. Am I bullish? Not really. It depends. Like I said, it depends on what PCE data shows up as. I guess I would say I think the extension is on the downside short term. I think we've pulled back over the last 2 or 3 days, and so I think a bounce is reasonable. But as I suggested in that video, like I said, what I said in that video was this. Again, number one, the market was right here when I said this. So the market was here when I said that, and we pulled back exactly as I projected us to. But again, what I will say is that I think we could bounce back up here, but we could also just fall underneath this and consolidate and then make another leg up, or we could just fall back down. I don't know. Like I always say, I genuinely don't know. Yeah, all good, West. No worries, man. Yeah, I mean, anybody can be right. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean it's... A lot of it is luck. Luck plays a larger factor in the stock market than anybody's willing to admit, I think. BYND, man. It's been a while since I've seen it. BYND is just a terrible company, though. It's just not a good company. I just don't like BYND at all. All right, guys. So yeah, we're consolidating right now. Again, Nvidia's still looking okay. Yeah, the gambler's fallacy is that just because something has happened a bunch of times already doesn't mean that the odds of the opposite happening are true necessarily. Basically, each turn is a brand new thing. The odds of each turn are 50-50, regardless of how many times it was the opposite previously. You know, the odds of each turn are 50-50 in red roulette. It doesn't matter. Again, here, the Martingale roulette strategy is, talks a lot of gamblers into doing dumb stuff, right? So the Martingale roulette strategy essentially says you double your bet each time, right? So you say you bet $2 if you lose, you bet $4 if you lose, you bet $8 if you lose, you bet $16, so forth and so on, right? And so by that logic, with the Martingale roulette strategy, by just doubling your bet size every time, number one, you're going to win a large majority of the time, because in order to lose, you would have to lose 6 times in a row. And so to the normal person, you're going to hear 6 times in a row, oh, that's incredibly unlikely. So let's just try to win some money. And you will. You'll make money most of the time with the Martingale roulette strategy. The problem in it is that when you lose, while it might be a small percentage of the time, when you lose, you are going to lose everything plus more. You know what I mean? That's the difference. That's the problem. And it's very relevant to trading as well, because a lot of traders use the Martingale roulette strategy in trading, right? So what do? They double their size. They double their size. It pulls back more. They double their size. They double their size. Even more so than roulette. Even more so in trading than in roulette. The stock can keep going down an infinite amount. And a lot people use penny stocks, with this strategy, which is just the terrible idea, the worst idea ever. And so again, it's one of those things where it's like 6 times in a row might sound far outside the realm of possibility, but it happens. It happens a lot more than you might think. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, now in casinos, aside from the green options, the green additions, so the zeros, the odds are just stacked against you. Roulette, suckers bet. Robert says, so I understand your frustration with AMC, but if you look at the due diligence on AMC, you'll see that hedge funds have over leveraged the short position and that the true short interest is more like 50%. What proves that? Genuine question. What proves that? Again, I think a lot of times people need to understand that, look, hedge funds are not stupid. I think you could look at any stock that has a short float over 15 or 20% and say, hey, the hedge funds have over leveraged their short positions. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Again, I'm telling you, okay, AMC, they have 500 million shares in the float, brother. 500 million shares in the float. GameStop, when it squeezed, had 40 million. So it literally had over 10x less shares, right? High floats kill volatility. They kill, range. And so when you got AMC with 500 plus million shares out there, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to get a crazy parabolic short squeeze. Regardless of what anybody else says, regardless of what anybody says is manipulated, regardless of what anybody says is fudged, it's going to be incredibly hard to get a big parabolic squeeze on AMC. Now maybe it squeezes up some, and again, I think the following of AMC is huge, and I think they've got that going for them, and that's a good thing to have going for them. Sorry, my son's having trouble opening the door. Bro, you come back and you karate chop that door, Jack. You gotta put a little bit more strength into it. Maddie, help him out. Nope. Jack, stop. Hey. Nope. That's right. There you go. All right, guys. All right. Stop arguing. All right, I love you. Have a good day. Oh, that's an old picture of me. I had myself on a green screen. Look at that. You see that? Wizardo stonks. That's good, huh? Love you, buddy. Have a good day. Have a good day. This was back when a company called AMC was going crazy. And I had a green screen. And so I was just, I would put different, one time I had an eagle and I put myself as the head of the eagle. And so it's an eagle with his wings out, and then I put my head there. And so it was me with an eagle. I was just kind of trolling people with it. I found that picture.
Oh, it's like the brink.
Yeah, it's like the brink picture. Y'all have a good day at school. I love you guys. Here, don't do that. Here, be gentle. All right, this is pointy right there. Yeah, there you go. All right, love you guys. Y'all have a good day, okay? All right. Yeah, for sure, Robert. I'm not doubting that they find ways to make money fundamentally. I'm not doubting that. But what I'm doubting is that like a big parabolic short squeeze is probably not going to happen for AMC. Again, to put this into perspective, okay, here's a great perspective of it. Okay, and this is why maybe I'm biased, right? When I streamed the AMC squeeze when it happened, I experienced the AMC squeeze. I made money on AMC during that squeeze. I think I sold it at like $65, right? So I got out pretty close to the top. Because I understood that like squeezes don't last forever. Okay, with GameStop, I was streaming the GameStop squeeze when GameStop had hit like 640s or 650s, or no, I'm sorry, when GameStop had hit like 450s, 500. I was saying, hey guys, I would take profit here at 500. I would take profit here. This is too high. I doubt it's going to continue going up higher than this. I would take profit. And bro, so many people left my stream when I said that. So many people left my stream. They insulted me. They said, oh, this dude isn't a true supporter of GameStop. He's telling people to sell at 500. What does he know? You know, they said, "Oh, we're gonna make fun of you when GameStop hits 1,000." Right? In hindsight, the top of GameStop was like 500. You know, so I was absolutely right in that regard. And since then, GameStop has not gotten anywhere close to that in 2.5 years now. Since then, and so with that, you're always gonna have people that keep telling you to hold. You're going to have people keep telling you to hold. You're going to have people discouraging you from selling because they're emotional about their own positions. And it happens with any stock, not just AMC or GameStop. But you want to have reasonable expectations for these stocks. You need to have reasonable expectations. If you get caught in the confirmation bias, everybody patting each other on the back, saying this thing's going to moon and go to 1,000, again, you're just going to lose money most of the time, in my opinion. Like that's what's going to happen. This is that you're going to lose money. Have realistic expectations for these stocks, okay? It's very unlikely that AMC ever gets anywhere close to 1,000, ever. At least not within the next 50 years. And so, again, AMC's got some things going for it. You know, I think the Tammy argument earlier where AMC was at $30 or $40 pre-2020, and so there's a reasonable argument for it getting up there eventually somewhere. I think that's a reasonable argument. But I don't buy the crazy parabolic short squeeze, naked short synthetic argument where, oh, we're going to go to 1,000 plus. You know, I'm not selling until AMC hits 200 or 300 or whatever it is. Fine. Do what y'all do. I disagree respectfully. Yeah, I don't remember how many shares I had. I'm a true believer in fundamentals, and the company is well going to exceed Wall Street expectations. Yeah, for sure. I believe it. I believe they're making money. I think that's great. PCE report is inflationary data. It's actually very relevant inflation data because it's what the Fed uses to influence what they're going to do with regards to inflation. So because of that, very relevant, very important data. Will move markets to a certain extent. We'll have to wait and see. NVIDIA at 235s. Yeah, and again, we made most of our money already in Microsoft. We basically scaled out of this already. We sold way up here yesterday at around 257. You can see we only have 25 shares left of Microsoft, and we had like 150. And so we have scaled out of 80% of the position already, and we're still green. You can see we're up $53 on the remaining one, so we're still green nonetheless. Our average is 250s. So still doing good there. We'll probably just keep holding and sitting on that. We're holding some other stuff, but we're not super extended in any of them. Just kind of sitting tight, waiting for something good to happen. But again, these are stocks that I'm willing to hold long term if we really need to. Morning from the deep south. Hey, I'm in the deep south, Eric. I'm in Houston, man. I'm from Baton Rouge. So what's up, man? What BP is good for market right now? Do you mean basis points? I assume we're going to do 50 or 25. I think we're going to do 50 or 25 basis points, but the meeting's not going to be until March, mid-March. This is the place to see PCE live. We cover it live as soon as it comes out. Literally, as soon as it drops, we stream it within seconds. And thousands of people tune into these streams at 8:30 because we cover the data very, very, very quickly. Yeah, we broke 100K. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do 75. Oh, what blood pressure? Corey, now I understand your comment. Hey. Yeah, y'all hit that like button, team. We appreciate it. Expected PCE data is 0.4%. Is what they're expecting, 0.4%. So higher is worse, lower is better. PCE, very important gauge. Again, Jerome Powell uses PCE. So very important gauge, very important metric. Still got about 30 minutes, a little bit under 30 minutes until it comes out, but we will cover it as soon as it drops live right here. Yeah, NVIDIA, I don't hate the short. Somebody said they're shorting NVIDIA. I guess I don't hate it. It doesn't look that bad. No, I'm not holding NVIDIA. What's wrong with futures? Why are we dipping? I think we're just kind of waiting for the PCE data to come out. Market's dipping a little bit. Oh, it's different this time. I think that the inflation metrics that we've gotten so far have been a little bit worse than expected. Yeah, I don't know what Tiva. I don't know anything about Tiva Maximus. Doesn't look like my favorite stock though. Again, we mostly scaled out of Microsoft fully. We still got a little bit, but we're up 50 still roughly in it. Bitcoin over 24K, so that looks good. Yeah, I mean, Car, man, what I notice about you, brother, is that you're very, for lack of a better word, dramatic, man. Again, every gap down, you're saying, oh, the market's going down huge, but it's like again, you look at a daily chart, it gets you kind of past all the nonsense. Like, this is where we're at now. Like, we're still in the same trend we've been in, man. You know. And so again, if the swings that we're currently in are affecting you that much, you're probably trading too large, brother. Again, look, here's the trend. Here's the SPY. All right. We literally called this pullback that we're in now. But, you know, again, we're just kind of sitting here. And again, PCE data will affect this, though. If we are going to bleed heavily today, it's going to be during PCE. Why are you buying truckloads, though, man? You got to just, again, trade reasonably. If your heart's beating too much in a trade, you're trading too large, brother. Long-term puts? No, I'm not. Again, I've scaled out of my largest positions already in Microsoft yesterday. And so we're sitting on some positions, but none of them are big. Might add a little bit more to Ford. And watching Microsoft potentially bounce here. Yeah, I don't ever use Bookmap. They were going to sponsor me for a little bit, but, you know, I turned them down for other reasons. So they're really nice people over there, but I've never really used them like that. Right, scared money protects their accounts. I think you should be scared money. I think the worst mentality of trading is scared money doesn't make money. I think you got to be scared. If you're not scared of the market, you don't respect it. You know. All right, guys, we got about 20 minutes before the data release. We got about 800 people here, so we appreciate the love, guys. Y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We are going to throw it in subscribe-only mode. So we are going to throw this thing in sub-only mode. We appreciate the support, team. Ooh, dude, they've got podcasts now on YouTube, bro. Oh, man. We might have to start a podcast now. That's dope. I have to learn more about that. We are in sub-only mode. Announce that you're subscribed, guys. We appreciate the love. Hit that subscribe button, team, if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. Hey, baby. All right, guys. I lost a lot of accounts being brave. 100%, man. People act like prices can't possibly come down. I see both, man. I see both. Again, we called this latest dip. Somebody asked me up here at like 410s, 412s, hey, should I buy? And I said, no, I don't think. I mean, number one, I always tell people I have no idea. But I told people that I'm not buying. And the reason I'm not buying is because we had pumped up. Like, if you see the strength leading up to that move here, we had gone up like this, essentially over like a week or two's period of time. We had gone up like this. You know, so when we see something like that, I'm going to say, okay, hey, we're kind of extended and it might be time for a pullback, which is exactly what we got. And then what I said was at 400, we might bounce like this. I said we might break underneath it for a second and then rebound and bounce like this. Or we could just, you know, dump down. Either any of that stuff is possible. You know, nobody really knows what we're going to do. We can only speculate on it. Hey, Morning Dew, I sent you an email, man. We talked about the lunar thing yesterday, or the day before. It was either yesterday or the day before. I'll have to ask Pawn. But lunar did exactly what we said it would. So the same thing. If you could find that for me, you know, I appreciate it. Well, Nvidia is just up on their earnings reports here. So. All right, let's see if we get a little pop back up. Again, PCE data is going to influence this more than anything. We got 15 minutes. All right, guys. All right, so you can see we're still up about 50 in Microsoft. SPY down to 397s here. Again, PC data comes out in about 14 minutes. Yeah, so again, PCE is more important than CPI, according to the Fed. Again, it's what Jerome Powell and the Fed uses to determine how bad inflation is. Very important metric. Again, we've said this a couple times. We cover futures. We trade futures live every day. You know, that's what we trade at the open is mostly futures. Bitcoin's still over 24K. Bitcoin over 24K. Market's still flushing down a little bit. Again, I'm just glad I took most of mine out on Microsoft. You can see here, we're only holding 25 shares left. Nvidia earnings were great, man. They did better than expected EPS, better than expected sales revenue, better than expected guidance. That's why they ripped up. It's not interest rates. It's PC. It's the personal consumption expenditures. And so what's the more important metric here is core PCE month over month. And expectations for that are 0.4%, I believe, at 4.4%. So that's the biggest expectation, is 0.4%, which is more than last time. But you know, again, it's not relative to last time most of the time. It's more so relevant to expectational numbers here. So that's what we got today. Again, very important metric, very important data coming out, and we'll see what happens. Yesterday, we had GDP data come in lower than expected, which is good. It's a good sign regarding inflation. And then today, we've got PCE as well as as well as personal spending. And then we got the Michigan consumer expectations and new home sales at 10. So all of that stuff could influence markets. And so if you're trading after the open today, just be careful because we got some echo data coming out after today's as well, which is, again, new home sales relevant and some other stuff is relevant as well. I mean, you can, but I would just be careful. D. You can trade it. It's gonna move with it, but again, just be careful. It can be very volatile. Not telling you should. I'm not saying you should. I have no idea what's gonna happen. I'm not an investment professional. We're not liable if you lose. No idea what's gonna happen. Yeah, but what it looks like to me is that the SPY is moving down in anticipation of the PCE data. I think so, doctor. He said, that's a good question. He said, since there's so much movement in pre, will there be lesser space or range for a downward move if the data comes in negative? Probably. But again, it's certainly not a certainty. You know, like we could watch it, and that's what I'm doing. And I think that if we come in higher than expected, we're already down so much already. And so it's arguable that we're already extended on the downside, and there might be lesser of a move down if we do come in negative. But it doesn't necessarily mean that. Sometimes we can get just as big of a move. But what I will say is that this is probably people front loading into the PCE decision, anticipating that it's going to come in higher than expected, is what it looks like. Yeah, it'll affect Bitcoin just because it'll affect the S&P 500, and then that will affect Bitcoin. You know, that's how it does. We got 10 minutes left. We got 1,000 people here. Again, subscribe if you haven't yet, team. Let's keep the growth up. We did break 101,000 subs. We are pushing towards 102K. PC is at 8:30. You can see the timer in the top left. You can also see the again, everybody always asks me here, guys. Listen, I'm not going to. What I will say is that the time might be right here. There also might be a timer over there. You know, like you see up there. Just a weatherman that you see over there, like right there. You know, see the timer. Man, look at how swole I am, guys. Man, look at me. Just, you know. Anyways, top 3 arms in the world right there. But no. Timer, 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left. Actual time, Eastern Standard Time, right here. Hey, what's up, Tiny? All right, so the Fed's Mester says that. Let me read this. The Fed's Mester says that they're going to have to do a little more on rate hikes. Financial market alignment with Fed is much closer than before. Yeah, definitely top 3 timers in the world right now for sure. Yeah, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again, bro. I could literally have the time right underneath me as well as a timer up there, and people are still going to ask me what time the thing is. It also is in the literal title of the stream too. So yeah, so again, market's rebounding a little bit back up to almost 398s. We'll see if it holds. Maybe life. We'll see. When are you going to place a trade? I'm already in a trade. You can look. I'm in Microsoft right now. I'm in a bunch of stuff right now, really. We'll probably day trade the report some too. But we're going to wait for the report to show up first. Hey, thank you, Kay. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, definitely top 3K. All right, market consolidating here. Hopefully the PCE data comes in good, but again, even if it doesn't, we're just gonna chill. No, I don't think they're messing with me. I think they join the stream and then they ask because they hear me talking about it. And I think some people are on their phones, and so it's hard to see. I think is really what it is. Hey, what's up, Adam? Good morning, man. All right, guys, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Oh, man. Again, subscribe, guys. We have the notification bell up. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Hit the notification bell. Hit the subscribe button. We cover all the big data very, very quickly. PCE is the personal consumption expenditure. It is what the Fed uses more so than any other metric to gauge inflation, right? So higher is worse because higher means worse inflation. lower is better. So if we come in under expected data, under the expected 0.4%, that's going to be positive. That's going to make the markets go up. Car, I can't tell if you're trolling me or not. He says, how much more will the markets fall, bro? Dude, you're so polarized, man. You know, sometimes you're like, the market's going to crash. Market pulls back like 1%. You're saying, how much will the bleeding ever stop? You know? You're so polarized, man. Hey, scale down your size, bro. You're trading too large if that's how you feel, man. My average on Ford is 1236 right now. Expectations are 0.4%. Yeah, I'll add it to the banner. All right. There you go. Hey, my guy. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. What's up, Ramsey? Yeah, I don't know what the PCE did. I will say, but yeah, thank you so much for the donation, Kay, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. But yeah, what I will say is that after today's report, so today is PCE data, we don't really have any huge market influences over the next couple weeks. So it will be kind of somewhat a slower, a slower couple weeks after this, which might give some time for some actual market action to play out here. We got consumer sentiment, new home sales, PCE after this. Next Monday, we got durable good orders, pending home sales. Tuesday, so we actually got some data coming out next week. It's not huge. We got retail inventories and then wholesale inventories Tuesday. Wednesday, we got ISM manufacturing and construction spending. Thursday, we got jobless claims. Friday, we got nothing. So we got some stuff, but it's not the biggest week next week. I think we got some earnings next week as well. All right, guys, we got 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. So let me see what we got for earnings. Earnings next week, we got Fubo in the morning, Zoom in the evening, Workday. Nothing really big, though. Next Monday. Next Tuesday, we got Target in the morning, AutoZone in the morning, DQ in the morning, AMC in the evening, Rivian. So AMC and Rivian on Tuesday. We will 100% cover that. Look, there's a Bitcoin popping up Wednesday. Next week, we got NEO in the morning, Snow, Salesforce, and Plug in the evening. I don't know if we're going to cover that. Thursday, we got Best Buy in the morning, Macy's, Big Lots, Costco, Marvel, ChargePoint in the evening, Dell in the evening. Bitcoin pumped up to almost 24.15. Almost. And the Monday after that, look at Bitcoin almost up to 24.2 thousand. Microsoft bouncing back. SPY testing 398s, guys. We got 2.5 minutes. Netflix cuts prices for subs in more than 30 countries. SPY broke 398s. 398s just broke. Bitcoin pumped up to 24.2K. Let's see if it holds. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we have something good today. Yeah, I'm checking out the earnings here. Again, PCE data, lower is better, higher is worse. Lower is better, higher is worse. I'm going to put it out there. We're going to come in lower than expected, I hope. Maybe not, though. Maybe we come in higher than expected. I don't know. But I hope we come in lower than expected. It's good for everything for the most part. All All right, guys, you can see my Microsoft trade is still doing a little bit better. Our average price on the remaining is 250.7. We got about a minute and a half left, guys. Make sure you hit the play button next to the subscribe button as well. Make sure you hit the play button. Make sure you're caught up on the stream here. You want your play button to look like this. Okay, hold on, my bad. You want your play button to look like this so you're not delayed on the stream. You want it to look like this here, guys. It needs to be red. Okay, if it's not red, then you are behind on the stream. Make sure you're caught up. Hit that live button so you're caught up on the stream. All right, guys, less than a minute here, team. Less than a minute. We're going to get our sources ready to report this fast, as we always do. All right, guys, good luck today. Again, expectations are 0.4%. Personal spending expectations are for 1.3%. Good luck today, guys. Let's see what we show up as. Again, 30 seconds now, 30 seconds. All right, guys, 15 seconds. PCE data expectations 0.4%, 0.4%. 5 seconds. All right, here's the data. It came in at nothing yet. Market is falling down so far, but retracing a little bit. Okay, so it came in. Yeah, I'm refreshing it to see if we can find it again, but 0.6% for personal income. PCE data is lagging a little bit here, it looks like, at least on the source I'm using. Let me check other sources. Yes, we got personal consumption expenditure index, but we don't have anything else yet, which is weird. Okay, so yeah, I'm lagging for mine, man. I got personal consumption expenditure at 0.6. I don't see anything else yet. Anywhere I look, I don't see it either, which is weird. So the data's a little bit late today. Uh, 0.6. It came in at 0.6, guys. 0.6. Finally just showed up at 0.6. So it came in higher than expected by 0.2%. Core PCE came in at 0.6. So higher than expected here, guys. Higher than expected. That's bad. Took a little while, but 0.6. Personal spending went up to 1.8% versus 1.3% expected, and the regular PCE came in at 4.7 versus 4.3%. So higher than expected for PCE data. Yeah, and it wasn't just me. This was lagging everywhere I looked, right? I looked at Benzinga, I looked at Bloomberg, I looked at MarketWatch, I looked at, TOS News, and it was late on everything for whatever reason. But yeah, 0.6%, so 0.2% higher than expected. And yep, with that said, the market is going to fall. Higher than expected, bad news. Lower than expected, better news, but it was higher. What it means is that inflation was higher than expected. Again, I would expect the Fed to do 50 basis points in March. I would expect the Fed to do at least 50 basis points in March. So yeah, 50 basis points. And again, we'll see if we get anything good. But we'll see if we get a rebound here. Market's starting to bounce back a little bit. We were already pretty extended heading into this. But again, 0.6% versus 0.4% expected. And again, the question now, so we're going to end our poll here. We did a poll earlier. We're going to end this poll. We got about 1,500 votes. 53% were right on the poll, worse than expected, which was correct. Now we're going to do, does the market close? Does the SPY, we'll say the SPY, does the SPY close over 397 today? Which is a good level. Does the SPY close over 397 today? Vote on the poll. Let us know. We're right around 397 now. And again, you can see we're still green on our Microsoft trade too. Can you please post the results? The results are right here. Michael Burry was right. We're not anywhere near a crash, man. You know, again, sensationalizing it, I don't know if it's necessarily the right move. Again, we can look at this again, okay? So in order to crash, which is what Michael Burry's been saying, market needs to do this. You know, so far we have done that. You know, and honestly, we're starting to go somewhat green in Google relative to when the data came out, which is nice to see. You know, we are in a little bit of Google. Microsoft are still green on that trade too. Again, we'll see if we rebound here. But consolidating right now. Again, the question is, I think the real question, and somebody asked this earlier, is does the extension in pre-market mean that we move down less today? Well, we're asking if the market closes over again, the question is, do we close over 397, which is right here, or do we keep drop? Basically, the question in and of itself is, are we going to keep dropping today? And again, I don't know. As you guys saw yesterday, we scaled mostly out of Microsoft. So again, you can kind of see we're already green on the position. We might hold the rest break even. I'm tempted to buy this dip, but you can see our average is 250.70s and we're at 251.30. So we're still green. We're down on the day, obviously, but still green net in the position. And again, we had 150 shares. And yesterday at the open, when we popped up to like 257s, we took a lot of profit off. And so we are holding 20% of the original position with that. And yeah, we'll just kind of sit tight. Yeah, it was worse than expected for sure. Sean, I mean, I disagree, man. I don't think technical analysis is more important than news, brother. I think that CPI was higher than expected, PPI was higher than expected, and PCE was higher than expected. And I think since those releases, the market has dropped. You know, the market has gone down. Technicals are important, but the more you zoom out, the less relevant technicals are, you know? So it's like day trading is pure technicals. Long-term investing should be pure fundamentals and have very little to do with technicals as a whole. And so regarding technicals, it depends on what time frame you're looking at stuff in, you know? Again, it depends on what time frame you're looking at stuff in. Because long-term, it should have very little to do with technicals. Short term, it should have everything to do with technicals. And so it depends on the context of it. Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin's. I don't think it goes under 20K. Not necessarily. Not today, I mean. Like, it could later on this week. It depends on if this spirals into a longer term downtrend. Yeah, it genuinely depends on the time frame. Again, the way you really have to look at it is like if you're using technicals for like trades that you're holding for a year, you're doing it wrong. You know, if you're using fundamentals for trades you're holding for 30 seconds, you're doing it wrong. So again, it depends on the time frame. All right, so you can see my Microsoft trade, what I'm holding left of it at least, finally is close to break even. I'll probably get out the rest here, I guess. Again, you can see we're still up $1. I'll let it test, but we're going to get out pretty close to break even. We're not going to go red on the remaining shares. Okay, so we'll hold this as long as we stay green in it. Yeah, Sean, and again, I'm going to show this video just because we actually called this drop. Again, like, watch, I can show you this because we've done this a couple times today. And again, I don't want to seem like a broken record, but I think it's important for people to understand where my bias was ahead of this. I'm going to end up making a short out of this. But again, this was a week ago. Okay, so this is a week ago. To put it into perspective, let me see if it lets me zoom in. But yeah, this was a week ago. Let me edit this a little bit. There we go. So again, this was a week ago when the market was at 410s or 412s.
And for a long on the SPY.
Somebody said, "Hey, should I take a long on the SPY?"
I told people this is what I would expect to happen.
If we're going to continue on this trend, at least I think what I would expect to happen is a dip down to 400. I think again, if you look at the market, guys, over the last 4 months, if we really look at the market, I would expect something like this to happen, right? So far we have pumped up for a while, like now. Weeks in a row. We pumped up. We had pumped up for a while now, consolidating into this. Here we're about right here now. I guess what I would expect is a pullback to 400 right here. And then maybe we get a bounce at 400. We could also break down a little bit, but I think this is where we'll start to kind of go like this. And then maybe we'll make another leg up and continue like that. Maybe not. We could just dump down here and just kind of. Right. And if you look at what we talked about here, if you look at where the trend is that we actually drew, the low of this trend is actually right around where we are now, right around 395, 396s, which is right around where we are now in this trend, because this is the trend that we were going off of. If you zoom out. Now, again, we break under 395. I think that's going to confirm a much more bearish outlook for sure. But I don't know if we're necessarily there yet. We got to break down a little bit more to see that, you know, and I think it's important. Yeah, maybe Michael Burry was right. I don't know. But what I will say is that we haven't crashed or anything like crashing yet. You know, pulling back in within a trend is not crashing here. Again, here's the trend we're currently in. We are right now. I think this is kind of the make or break it level. I think this is where we are at currently, right here. Let me draw it. So right now we are right here is where we're at now. Now a crash would need to, so essentially we have gone like this. A crash would need to be that. And yeah, we're just not there yet. Maybe it happens again. I don't know. But we're definitely not in a crash yet. How bad was this? It's not good. PCE prices are not good for sure. But it's one of those things where, you know, it's one of those things where we have about a month of not much economical data coming out. And so the real question will be not what happens today necessarily, but what happens over the next month, because that's, we got a little pause period of echo data, you know, but, and so again, the real question is not what happens today, but what happens over the next month. All right, Bitcoin bouncing almost up to 24K. Market's rebounding. Again, if we start to go really red on this last little bit of Microsoft, we'll cut the rest. Depends on how much we bounce, though. We're right at 395s right now. This is a make or breaker level now for sure. Again, I think we're at least going to do 50 basis points during the next Fed rate hike decision. Any other data that could come to turn bullish? Not really, to be honest here. We don't really have much economic data. We got some data today. So today we have Michigan consumer expectations data coming out. Very relevant data. Very important data. So again, it looks like we're probably going to cut our last little bit and get out the last remaining shares break even. And again, if you remember Microsoft, we ended up taking profit on Microsoft yesterday at 257s. So we ended up cutting a lot of our Microsoft trade at the top. We posted our gains yesterday. If you want to see what that looks like, you'd love to see this. Like, look, I'll show you this trade right now. Let me zoom out a little bit here. I want to give it time to rebound, but we're very close to getting out. Again, this is break even, because if you want to see the actual trade, we put this up, or a 1 minute chart, I guess, is a little bit better. Hold on, let me show you. All right, so here's Microsoft right now. You can see we're finally down on the rest, but again, you kind of see this yesterday, where I'm going to show you the trades that we got in. We got out a large majority of this trade way up here at 256s, almost 257s. And so we've already scaled out of a large majority of the trade. You can see we took 50, 85, 285, 295, 300 shares off of Microsoft at, what was that, 25 shares? I'm sorry, 25, 50, 85, 95. Oh, we took 100 shares off. I'm sorry. We took 100 shares off at the top up here. And so again, part of me wants to cut the rest, but I think I'm going to let it sit. You know, it's 25 shares. You know, we'll let it sit on the rest. We're down 100 on the day, but you can see the actual trade, we're down $6. Part of me wants to cut it break even and just get out with a really nice, successful trade. But let me know what you guys think. Again, I think there's an argument for both. But those are the trades on it, just so people can't say that I'm losing money or something into this, because I'm not. But yeah. I think because in the inflationary metrics that we've gotten, Sean, we're not great. So I think there's an argument for them. You almost made the trade free. It's close to free, man. We're down 650 on it. But like, .6 is bad. Greed, but not abysmal. Not ground for an actual crash. Yeah, so essentially that's kind of, so bad direction for inflation, and now we got a couple weeks of not really much economical data coming out. We got some earnings though, but they're not big earnings either. And so earnings might influence us over the next couple weeks, and we do have some data here. It's not necessarily no man's land. Like next week we have, next week we've got durable good orders Monday. Retail and wholesale inventories Tuesday. So we do have economical data coming out. Jobless claims Thursday. Manufacturing and construction spending Friday. Or Thursday. Or no, Wednesday, I mean. Thursday, jobless claims and non-farm productivity. I think that's non-farm productivity on Thursday. And then ISM service PMI Friday. So we got some stuff coming out. It's not just no man's land, I guess. We got some stuff dropping. But it's definitely slower than we've gotten this week for sure, right? So it's definitely slower. Let me look to see if this is non-farm productivity, like I'm thinking it might be. Yeah, so we got non-farm productivity Thursday, jobless claims Thursday as well. So we got some stuff happening, but it's not crazy big or anything like that. Yeah, today we got new home sales, and we have, man, we got new home sales and what else? Yeah, we got new home sales today at 10. We've got new home sales and we've got new home sales and Michigan consumer expectations. So again, just to show you the trade one more time. This is it. Really nice exit for me yesterday. Very glad I cut it yesterday like I should have. And now we're just kind of sitting tight waiting. Again, hope we rebound, but if we don't, like I said, we're in 25 shares of Microsoft now, so. Right, for sure. Inflation was worse, for sure. Yeah, but I think lower home sales will actually be a positive thing, you know. Yeah, like I said, I'm in 25 shares in Microsoft. I want to give it time, but part of me is like, hey, look, it's already been such a successful trade. I just don't know if cutting it's going to be, or I don't know if holding on to it and trying to maximize even more profit from it. Again, you can see we took off, we took profit damn near the highs of Microsoft. I'm actually going to take a picture of this. But we took profit damn near the highs. And so, and we're definitely green on the trade. All right, so we're almost break even back here. So we are bouncing back a little bit. I'll let it sit, I guess. Market's almost back up to 396. Again, if you look at the trend, I think this is an important spot to look at. Right, if you look at the trend that we've had since October, the low would be right around where we are now, like almost exactly where we are now. And so in that regard, you know, we'll see, but almost exactly where we are now. So if we bounce, there's an argument for that, I think. And we are bouncing up a little bit here. This is think or swim. Where do you think Tesla goes today? I really have no idea about Tesla. Again, Tesla's a heavily weighted stock, so I hope it goes up. Also, guys, if you want to trade some of this economic data, like you see me trading stocks, if you want to trade a similar way, here's the E-mini on the right. So this is the futures contract, and you can trade the big economical data that we cover here with no PDT rule in day trading in futures. You can day trade. You can see it's the exact same thing. This is the same as this, and you can trade this right side in futures without PDT restriction. You can day trade and short it. Now, the futures market, if you put up the money yourself, can be very risky, and the easiest way to test yourself to see if you're really ready to trade some size in that market is to try out a funded account program. Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. What they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo, the base one's 50K. So if you can hit 3K in profit on that demo with a 50K demo without losing 2K total or $1,000 a day, then they fund you between $50 to up to $150,000 with a 90% split. Again, they are the most legit futures program in the world for funding. They pay out millions of dollars in actual withdrawals every year, and they fund thousands of traders a year. Now, they are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm definitely biased in their favor. But I think the beautiful part about this is that most traders are going to lose these funded account programs. And I think that's a good thing because most traders are going to lose in day trading as well, because most day traders lose. But it's a lot cheaper. It's way cheaper to lose a funded account program than it is to put up 10 or 15K in futures and risk thousands of dollars and lose in that regard. And so with futures funded account programs,
you have to look at it with reasonable expectations. It's going to teach you how to trade in a more risk adverse way. And if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. The base one's less than 140 bucks a month. And so if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. But if you're a good enough trader and you can pass it, they'll fund you with a 90% split. And so what it's really great for is testing your skill without necessarily risking thousands. And trading is about learning how to trade under pressure. This is a great way to do it. It's a great middle ground where you have some pressure, but not the full extent of risking thousands. And I think it's a beautiful middle ground for traders who might be new that can learn to trade under pressure without risking what they would normally have to. So in that regard, check it out. Here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. I'm definitely biased in their favor, but yeah, there's the link. Check it out. Are you shorting Tesla? No. Yeah, no, like I said, we scaled out of most of Microsoft already. In the remaining positions, we're not really holding anything super drastic. And so we cut it as we should have, I think. You know. All right, market bouncing up, getting ready to test 396s again. What do you think about Michael Burry buying Alibaba? You know, I don't know about Alibaba. He's a braver man than me. I don't know what you should do, whether you should short it or go long, Car. I really don't know, man. I think either way is arguable. Again, I really don't know what's going to happen. Again, I'll probably scoop up some cheap positions after this pullback to see if we get a follow-through bounce personally, but I'm definitely not recommending anybody to do that. I really don't know what we're going to do here. So SPY over 396s starting to bounce back here. Again, green now in Microsoft too. Hey, what's up, Daniel? All right, so yeah, market's back up to over 396s here. Again, back to green in Microsoft. Let's look at the dollar index. I'm sure it's ripping up today. Starting to come down a little bit, though. Market's bouncing back, too. Shorts covering. Yeah, we might get a pop back up. Again, dollar index has started to bounce up over the last 3 minutes, though, which is not necessarily good if you want upward action. So we're back green in Microsoft again, so that's nice. Well, the data wasn't good for sure. Again, how good or bad, I don't know, but definitely wasn't good. All right, Dixie starting to move up to 105s now. Over 105s at 105.01. So Dixie moving up some. That should make everything else pull back now as well. Yeah, it's higher than last month. Again, just to put this into perspective, this is not good data. Again, obviously, it's not good. Data came in at 0.6%. Last time, it came in at 0.4%. So worse than last time, worse than expected. Yeah, we got Michigan consumer sentiment data today, as well as yeah, we got Michigan consumer sentiment data today, as well as new home sales. I think it's new home sales. Let me make sure. Yeah, it is new home sales, and then Michigan Michigan consumer expectations and sentiment. Nice. All right, team. We got the PCE data out. Start getting everything ready. There we go. All right, Dixie, pop it up again. All right, so Microsoft, we're going to go ahead and cut the rest. It's time. You know, like I said, we got our break even on the last little pop, and that's good. We'll take that. Green is good, and we'll go ahead and cover the rest now. We let it work for us. You know. All right, so another little green swing trade to the books for me. Dixie moving up. Again, if you want to look at the current trend here, I think this is what the level to watch. Again, here's the trend since October. The real question now is, do we break under this trend of October? We'll clip this as well so people can see it. Let me erase this and do maybe a different color. Get yellow, easier to see. All right, so that'll be. I wish Twitter let me do a poll with that picture. Yeah. All right, so we asked on Twitter, if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, we asked on Twitter, it's at Beginner Trades, if we were going to break under that trend. Go ahead and comment there and let us know what you guys think. Again, the question was this here. We added it on Twitter. If you want to let your thoughts be heard here. Again, we have broken under of the long-term trend we've been in since October. Do we break under this level? And the level is right where we're at now, right here at 395s. Do we break it, guys? Do we break it? Let me know. Bad news is the dollar index just broke highs, so that's not good. Stop spamming, please, Car. I don't know. We could. We might not. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're in a longer-term downtrend, obviously, on the year. If we look at it. There's no discounting that. Again, so the question is, and we've talked about this a few times before. I've told people exactly this many times over the last week even, right? Which is that midterm, we're in an uptrend, right? We've been in an uptrend since October. Longer term, we're in a downtrend, right? But it's all relative to time frame. Again, if we zoom out even more, we're in an uptrend, right? And so it's all relative to time frame. Like, we could always find time frames that fit our view, and that's okay. But like right now, long term, obviously, we're in a huge uptrend. Midterm, we're in an uptrend. On the year, we're in a downtrend. Short term, we are in a little bit of a, like, very short term, we're in a downtrend as well. So again, the question is, do we rebound now, or are we extended on the downside, or what happens? We'll see. The Fed's not going to pivot to zero now. That's not going to happen. What might happen is that the Fed does 50 basis points, I think, is possible. 50 basis points is possible. I'm not saying they're going to, but I think 50 is possible. And we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. All right, so again, here is the E-mini, or the S&P 500 right here. So here is the E-mini. We haven't traded futures at all today. We're going to switch out of the practice account. Here is the S&P 500 right now. And again, time will tell what happens here. We'll have to wait and see what we get. And I usually don't mind dips because I can kind of buy stuff up. Microsoft finally bouncing back here, but I don't understand doing 25 this meeting or last meeting and then doing 50 this time. Well, I think the data has changed all the way around. And he said that they might pivot to whatever. Not pivot, but I think he said that they might do, they might change their plan if the data changes. And that's exactly what we got. I think we got worse than expected CPI, worse than expected PPI, worse than expected PCE data. And I think all of that's relevant, and so I think, 50 basis points isn't out the question. Maybe we don't. Maybe he stays at sustained 25 basis points. That could certainly happen as well. I'm not saying it won't, but again, it's kind of one of those things where, we're just kind of guessing on it. Oh yeah, they already stated that we're not gonna do 25 or 2% anytime soon for the next few years. Well, no, there's no meeting in April. It's going to be in March. It's going to be mid-March. Paper trader. Okay, bro. This is very easy to disprove. Let's put this into perspective. Okay. So a large majority of the stream, we have been trading, Microsoft, Again, we've been trading it in pre-market. We've been trading it in extended hours. You can kind of see the trades. Are you accusing me of paper trading Microsoft, bro? Here's a great proof of that. That we're not doing that. Okay, you can't paper trade Thinkorswim in pre-market, right? How do you think we sold this last 25 shares right here in pre-market? We got out most of Microsoft at the top. How do you think we did that if we're paper trading? You know, like, ridiculous comment. Good day to you, sir, though. Have a good day. But yeah, it's very easy to prove. Like I said, people could say I'm paper trading. You can't paper trade Thinkorswim in pre-market. My Thinkorswim account, guys, has got $120,000 in buying power in it. And it's certainly not paper. Like, that's silly. Like, are we on the Top Step Combine? Sure. But, you know, again, we're more swing traders anyway at this point in time. Oh, I didn't even know you could trade. I don't think you could. Anyways, regardless of it, this is my TOS screen right here. It would be bright yellow if it was paper. It's very easy to prove it as well. I'm gonna have to black out my account number. All right, my account name. Hold on, let me color it out real quick. Hold on. Let me use a different color to make sure it's a little bit safer. I just don't want people trying to hack my account. I think it's very obvious that I'm not paper trading on. But let me make sure you can't see anything else. All right. Yeah, if this was paper, there'd be a big bright yellow word right here. And so it's obviously not paper. Well, I think it's a credibility issue, Wes. I think I have to correct people who call out my credibility. I think it's important. But it doesn't matter, you know. Yeah, it's a credibility thing, you know. Oh yeah, with popularity, there's haters, man. I get a lot of the haters have been around for years, and they've been telling me I'm terrible. And then as we grow larger and larger and larger, you know, they're just mad about their life, man. Is what it really is. Like, they're mad about their life. It's all good, man. Like I said, if you're hating on this channel, it's gonna hurt. Over the next few years, it's gonna really hurt because you're just gonna have to watch us get larger and larger. Again, at this point in time, we're a man of note here. Okay, we're a man of note, a man of value. We have a check mark on YouTube. We're a man of note. We're like the Dos Equis guy right now. All right, and we're gonna flex that anytime we can. You know. Hey, thank you so much, Toby. I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Password. Yeah. Thank you, Seven. I appreciate you, man. Right, 100% XO, 100%, man. A lot of the people hating are just insecure, man. Some of them, like I said, I know for a fact some of the people that are trolling the channel, they create alt accounts. Like, a lot of them wanted to work for the channel is really what it is. Like, a lot of them wanted to work for the channel, but for whatever reason, like, they were toxic, and like some of them like pushed sketchy penny stocks and really pressured people to buy them. Others like made fun of homeless people and like did all this bad stuff that just made me never want to work with them. And so I think some of them, instead of just kind of moving on with their life, they just kind of get weird, you know. And it's all good. Like I said, if you don't have much going on in your life, and you know, some of them maybe know me from my personal life. You know, I know a lot of people who disliked me growing up, and now they're not doing much, and so they see me on YouTube, and that might hurt a little bit. And either way, it's gonna keep hurting if they keep watching me, you know. Yeah, I guess when you look this good, people are gonna hate on you. Yeah, I'm one of the top 3 non-paper traders in the world right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. Might need some more coffee. Why do you waste time for this? I'm just talking, man. Like I said, we sometimes we got to say the same thing over and over again. Not even about haters, but just in terms of like education and what we talk about in stocks. And so, you know, we're just kind of talking. The real question today is, does the SPY hold over 397s? You know, it doesn't look like it for now. Right now, the E-mini is at 39.65. Starting to get a little bit of a retracement here. I wish I could look up the dollar index on Quant Tower. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, bro. Listen, you can't, man. I mean, listen, we're just the greatest ever. It's going to be hard. A mean latte, bro? Listen. John will kick the haters faster than Michael Burry shorting stocks. Hey, that is true. Part of me thinks I should switch from a I use a Keurig. Part of me thinks I should switch from the Keurig, but oh, bro, you didn't know we're the top 3 greatest ever, Papa, dude. If you don't think we're top 3, bro, you just, you know, you haven't been around long enough to think we're top 3, you know. But top 3 greatest of all time, most humble as well, for sure. Definitely top 3 most humble. Humility flows through me like water, sir. You know, when somebody says, man, who is the most humble guy in the world? John from Beginner Trading always pops up. What's your morning routine before you hop on to trade? I wake up at like 4:30 in the morning here in Texas time, that is. Make my coffee, come sit down. That's basically it. Listen to music for maybe 10 minutes before the stream starts. We're gonna break down for maybe we do. Hey, maybe we do. Again, I know if we do, I'll probably buy stuff up, but I gotta wait. I finally cut my Microsoft trade. Again, we were green in it. I finally cut it, but we were already up pretty big on the Microsoft trade. Like I said, we started to scale out yesterday at 256, high 256s. We only held 25 shares left out of like 150 plus share position. Ended up getting out of most of it yesterday morning. Luckily, we had 25 shares left. We showed everybody that this morning. Once we got to break even on the last remaining shares, we ended up just cutting the rest. And we're sitting on some other positions, but none of them are super significant. What we'll probably do is we'll wait to see if we break down out of that trend that we drew a couple times. You know, we posted it on Twitter if you guys want to see it. Well, if we break down under that, that might change our plan for swing trading. But for now, we're just going to sit tight. We do have a couple week period where we don't have any super significant economic data. We got some big data coming out. We got some data coming out next week, but it's not like wildly significant like last week or this week. You know, we had CPI, PPI, PCE, big earnings all dropping over the last couple weeks. We don't really have that over the next couple weeks here. We've got some earnings stuff that we're going to cover next week, like AMC, but we don't really have any really super influential economic data dropping over the next couple weeks. So that's important to understand. CPI comes out in about 2.5 weeks. I know CPI drops on like the 13th or 14th, I believe. Maybe it's only 11th this year or next month, but it drops sometime around then. Aside from that, we've got some earnings coming out, but nothing really big, to be honest. Yeah, the Joe Burrow of trading. That's right. You know. That's a great name for me right now. You know, I need a cigar, to be honest. Yeah, we might bounce. I don't know. Maybe. All right, market's testing lows here, guys. Market's testing lows. Again, like I said, we're just kind of sitting tight. We got some swing and slash investment trades that we're in right now, but again, nothing that we're down, anything to really worry too much about. We cut our biggest swing trade this morning, which was Microsoft. And again, we got out very green on the trade, break even on the last 25 shares, which is, again, 20% of the position or less. So nice little Microsoft trade. Again, we covered. Luckily, we had the intuition to cover yesterday at the open, because Microsoft ripped up to like 256s, basically right under 257 yesterday, and we cut almost all of it during that period of time. So yeah, non-farm data March 10th, CPI 4 days later on the 14th. Got you. So yeah, we got some stuff, but there's an inverse correlation with the Dixie and the market, mostly because of inflation, fish. Cal, don't even mention Joe Burrow's name, sir. You know. You have more haters than me. I'm jealous. Listen, when you look this good, people are going to hate, man. I mean, you know, it's just natural. Just got back from work, missed the data. We came in higher than expected at 0.6 versus 0.4% for the PCE inflationary data. Again, 0.6 versus 0.4%. The market obviously has not liked that. It has dropped down, you know, some in pre-market today. Heading into the open, we got new home sales dropping at 10 in about 40 minutes. We have new home sales at 10 dropping in about 40 minutes. We also have University of Michigan consumer sentiment and expectations data dropping in about 40 minutes or so. Yeah, all good, Umar. No worries, man. Why you talk about your looks every few minutes? Because the only way to deal with trolls is to troll them back. And that's one of the ways I do it. You know, so the only real way to deal with trolls is to troll them back. If you do that, like I said, we had some guy, Papa, trying to hate, just desperate to criticize. You can see what he was saying. Right, he got quiet real quick because the only thing you can do is respond with sarcasm. If you act genuinely upset, then, you know, then they win. And so the only thing you really do is respond with sarcasm, to be honest. We go live every morning starting at like 6:15 market time. So with no big data dropping until the next CPI and FOMC mid-March, are we entering a downtrend off of this PCE? That's arguable. It's possible. It's definitely possible. But again, I don't know if that's what we're going to get. I hope not, but it's certainly possible. We got a little slow period over the next couple weeks. With that said, before he comes out hot, I'm going to go ahead and ban him too. Let me find him. There he is. Good day to you, sir. Oswaldo, could anyone let me know if CPI came either? See, CPI didn't come out today. PCE came out today, so which is the arguably more important inflationary metric than CPI, but CPI has the much larger reaction, to be honest. But PCE is still important. It's what the Fed and Jerome Powell uses to indicate how bad inflation is. Can you explain PCE numbers in football terms, please? American or world football? Which one? I'm gonna go with American. If inflation was in football terms, inflation was the Eagles. Or no, inflation was who did the Eagles play? Inflation was the Chiefs, and the stock market was the Eagles. Okay, that's basically the PCE report in football terms. Inflation was the Chiefs and Mahomes, and we were the Eagles, basically, is what happened. Market bounced it up a little bit. Not American football? Okay. Inflation was the guy sliding on the ground, kneeing into the wimpy player who falls on the ground hurt, which is us. Okay, there's the other football. You're welcome. I'm more confused now than before. Hey, listen, that might have been my point. No, that might have been my goal here today. All right, guys, market's kind of consolidating over the last 20 minutes here. We got about 6 minutes before the numbers, or before the open happens. We'll see what we get. Football, like, you know, soccer fans are upset at me right now, but you're welcome, you know. All right, Google bouncing up a little bit. You love to see it. In Game of Thrones terms, inflation is Jon Snow, and we're all Daenerys Targaryen. Okay, that's the PCE report for you. Let's see if we get a bounce back. Again, we're down a lot. Are you guys buying up the dip? That's the question. How to stop the dollar index train? I don't know. Forward at 1180s, 1180s. All right, guys, we got 3.5 minutes here. 3.5 minutes, team. Yeah, there you go. You're welcome, guys. Listen, my job is to make things clear. I hope that made it clear. PCE report in Game of Thrones terms. Yeah, Jerome Powell's the dragon. Yeah, that's a great one. Jerome Powell's the dragon. We're Daenerys, and inflation is Jon Snow. That's right. Hey, thank you, Off Grid. I appreciate it. Thank you. No, yeah, we definitely could see bearish action. I don't know if we're gonna crash or not, but we'll see. All right, guys, 2.5 minutes. Market's rebounding a little bit right here, so we'll see if we continue back up. All right, guys, just hanging out. We got about 1.5 minutes left. Let's see if we get something good today. Hopefully we bounce back, but if not, you know, like I said, I already covered Microsoft, so we're out of that, and we're just going to see what kind of price action we get right now. Market rebounding a little bit here. We'll see if it continues. I'm trying to look at what everything else is doing. We're out of Microsoft, so I guess I can stop looking at that. Tesla is bouncing back up to 196.30s. Tesla had still holding most of its gains, and that's, I think the market really is as well. The Q, so a little bit more tech-based. It's been a while since I looked at Amazon. Q is at 291s. What's Amazon doing, man? It's been a minute. Amazon all the way down to 93.50s. Where's Disney at? Disney's kind of my favorite dip buy stock. It's still a little bit too expensive for me, though. It's right around 100. It's at 99.6. Still a little bit too high for me personally. We are in a little bit of Ford, some of Google. We're in Lyft, which, you know, again, a lot of these we're just planning to hold longer term. Any trades planned for the day? Well, we're going to day trade the open. Depending on what we get after the open will influence whether we swing trade or not. Yeah, I think 50 basis points could happen. All right, guys, there's the opening bell. Market is moving up a little bit here. Let's watch it. We got this little range that we can look at here with the top of the range being right around there. What are the factors that make you buy right now? It depends on extension. It was negative RB. Again, the real question right now, team, is do we bounce? Again, vote in the poll. Let us know. SPY trying to bounce, but pretty extended under VWAP here. Starting to break down. We will short if it sets up good enough. We're going to add a short position there. If we really break down, great. If not, it'll be small. Yesterday, we had a green day. We've had a green day almost every day in futures, I'm pretty sure. We have retraced this candle, so we're in 2 contracts now. Gonna be patient, let the breakdown fully start, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have to just cut it and then wait. Now we got a little bit of a retracement there, so we'll sit back again just to show you our profit graph for this lately. Let me look at this. Weird. All right, market's rebounding a little bit here. Again, we'll give it time. But yeah, here's the last 7 days or so. You can kind of see we are up about 507 days. I think we're up a little bit more than this actually, but again, we're looking like a red to green move, but we're also pretty extended under VWAP here, so we're gonna just wait. Looks like things are wanting to bounce back some. Again, the poll I think was pretty on point with the question, which is, do we close over 397? I think that's a good little, spot to watch. 397. We're actually still green in natty gas here. I forgot about holding that one. I'm going to cut this. I'm already green enough in it. We're going to go ahead and take our profit in natural gas. Watching it consolidate. I'm not going to try take any more trades. We're just going to sit back and wait. All right, market's starting to pump up a little bit here, testing the top of the range. Again, it's not convincing me to do anything yet. No, never really full. If you're struggling for trades, just ask yourself what Jake Paul would do. What a majestic quote right there. Listen, I mean, I'm sure he would just, you know, talk about how he's the greatest trader of all time. And so I'm you know, I base my life around that. Google's still pushing up. That's nice. Ford pull it back a little bit. SPY dipping down. I want to buy this, but I also understand like we're still under the VWAP here on the SPY. I like this retracement candle. Let's see if we can buy this. 2 contracts. I want to give it some time. Kind of break even now. We'll let it work a little bit. Let me see the SPY. What the SPY actually looks like. Slightly green now. So we pump up testing. We're over VWAP now. We just want to see if we can break it. Or we're under VWAP now. We just want to see if we can break it is what I meant to say. I don't know. I cut it just because we were green on it, and you know, we'll wait. See what else it could do. What I will say is, like, if we flush under this level and break down some more, I'm going to have to get out because I'm not going to trust the market at all if we do. And yeah, we're going to cut it. Again, we might bounce. I just don't trust it enough. You can kind of see my P&L on the day is very small. We are down $22. So we'll wait and let it retrace here. But so far we got choppy action. So I kind of have to take my hands off, so to speak, to a certain extent. Oh, huge rip up here. Big pop up. Wow. Did something happen? Let me see. Oh, man, I think the Fed's speaking right now. All right. Hey, look at the SPY rip. Testing VWAP now. Testing highs again. Tested the top of that range level here. SPY back over VWAP now. Nice buy with a nice little turn up here. I'll buy this pullback now. See if we bounce off of the VWAP here. We're trying to. Nice little bounce. We just took half off there. So we're green on the rest. Nice little pop up. Go ahead and take the rest off there and give it some time. Goodbye the pullback. Flat on the day now. We're at 3 contracts on the dip. Right to the VWAP now, so we'll give this VWAP dip. We'll add one more, 4 contracts, and give it some time. If this doesn't hold, which doesn't look like it is, yeah, we'll just get out and wait now. Still a small day, but big flush. So randomness now at this point. We broke over VWAP. I was hoping we would hold there, but again, at this point in time, we're going to pivot to a short base strategy. If we start testing 395.40 on the SPY, if we start testing this low down here and breaking it, then we're going to pivot to a short base strategy. And if we get a bounce here, we're going to look at the trend that we're in. We could be in a trend, but it's looking more short now. Yeah, we look at the volume weighted average price. A lot of the time, this stock will break VWAP, hold support, and then continue back up. So we try to buy it sometimes to see if it's going to bounce, but we're not at the point in the day where we're going to start scaling up larger size. You know, we only, like, if we build up a cushion trading how we are now, then we'll scale up our size. If we don't build up that cushion, then we don't scale up our size. That way, like, when we lose is small losses because we couldn't build up a cushion. When we win, it's because we built up a cushion and then took larger size and then swung a little bit heavier. So that's kind of the plan, at least with this stuff. To be honest, we're getting kind of neutral action in a lot of stocks too. The SPY since the opening bell is technically neutral, so it's not super red yet. I don't think the alarm should be out there yet for like a big red day in terms of like actual market hours, but obviously not holding the VWAP's not good. And again, it could be something where we do something like this, where we bounce like this. Right now, this is what we're in since the opening bell. You know, it could be to do something where we do like that, or it could be do something. It could do something where we look more like this. You know, cup and handle pattern here is the risk of like a downward move is a cup and handle type pattern here, which again isn't for sure yet, but you know, the longer this dips down, the more it looks like that. You got the head and shoulder is what I meant to say. So the head and shoulder pattern looks like that, you know, or whatever you want to draw after that. That's the risk right now, I think, and that's why we'll pivot to a more short based strategy in this situation. This looks weak. Yeah, home sales drop in about 17 minutes, guys. So that's, you know, something that's pretty big as well and could influence markets. Yeah, Disney was at 99.50s or so the last time I looked at it, so it wasn't bad, but it's still not cheap enough for me to really be interested in it yet. Again, I like buying Disney around like 90. You know, we're just not there yet. All right, so we just took 2 contracts off there, locked in some profit on that. I want to let it break down a little bit more because I think that's the pattern. Here is a stronger breakdown. There it goes. All right, we're gonna take another half off there, lock in some more. And I'll go ahead and take the rest off there. All right, so again, we're pretty flat on the day again. If we get a bounce back up to test that top, we'll short into it again. Google kind of lead the market up a little bit after the open. Everything else is falling down. Market just broke lows. Yeah, this isn't Black Friday, man. Again, 20% drop is what Black Monday did in 1987. 20%, right? We are at what, 3% over a week? It's not good. I mean, it's not. If you want the market to go up, it's obviously not good, but it's not a catastrophic crash for sure. Again, we drew out what we showed you guys what we thought would happen, and that's exactly what we've gotten so far. I would short a little bit more into it, but we need a bounce. What impact will home sales have over markets? Oh, okay, I got you. Discounts. Okay, got you. Sorry, it's bad. I thought you were saying it was the crash of Black Monday type thing, but yeah. So new home sales, they'll influence the market some. To what level, we don't know. All right, so we haven't really got any reasonable bounce to buy up into. And if we bounce to 395, we'll certainly short into that. Yeah, this was a necessary pullback, I think. Again, we talked about this last Thursday. Now, we broke down a little bit more than even I thought we would, but I thought a pullback was imminent back when we were at 410s and 415s. We talked about it a lot. Just because, you're not going to keep going up forever. Pullback is going to happen eventually, Again, we have the obvious bear trend. We need a bounce back for me here. Like, I need a bounce back at least to like right here before I start to really get interested in shorting. We're just too extended on the downside currently. We might continue to flush down, but again, I need a larger bounce back before I short. But I think we test lows, maybe, Again, the next couple weeks will be the tell. We didn't quite get a pullback large enough for me to be interested in taking large size, but we're starting to bounce back some, and so I'll start to add to this position now. There's 2 contracts, 3 contracts, 4 contracts, and we'll maybe add up to 5 or 6. And 1 more. All right, so that'll be our full add right there. 6 contracts. Try to give it a chance to flush back down. We're about break even on it now. There we go. Half off there. We got 2 contracts left. Took a little bit more off there. We got 1 contract left. Just got the rest there as well. We might add a little bit more if we keep moving up too. There's 1, 2. What we're looking for is like a flush down to test the bottom range here. I'll be patient on the rest. All right, so we just got out half of it. We are green on the day currently now. Again, we told you guys exactly where we wanted to buy the pullback. I'm going to cut this. I see a retracement happen. I told you guys exactly where we wanted to short it, and that's exactly where we did a couple times. We got a little pullback. The only thing is we couldn't pull all the way back to this range. My problem is patience with holding and taking profit. But again, we were right about our level here. We drew out about right here, and that's exactly where we pulled back to. So I am using Quant Tower with Top Step. And again, Top Step is a funded futures program. So I'm in the combine right now. And so we're just kind of trading futures at the open. But we will start trading. But we're also trading on TOS simultaneously. And we kind of talk about that. Again, a lot of the time when I'm on Thinkorswim, I am swing trading or investing. I day trade there too, but again, we got a little flush here. The question is, do we continue on a trend? So, like, if we do continue on that trend, short term, it could be something like this. This is why I like Quant Tower. Quant Tower is really nice. That would be the trend. So, we'll watch that trend line right there. Yeah, 394 could happen for sure. I mean, we're right at 394s now, roughly. Yeah, you can see this trend, and this trend is definitely not set in stone. This is just like a possible trend that we might be in. It's definitely not. It hasn't been confirmed enough yet, in my opinion. And if we widen it, we can widen it a little bit if it starts to follow it. But again, it's just a potential trend that we're trying to look at. All right, starting to break on the upside of the trend here. So starting to rebound. To be honest, the SPY has broken down since the open. Google's been sideways since the open. Ford's actually pretty sideways now since the opening bell as well. So is brick and mortar breaking down? What's Walmart doing? Walmart's breaking down. Apple has been pretty weak on the day. I think that's dragging a lot of other stuff down too, but starting to bounce back some. Hey, later, Justin. Have a good day, bro. Kind of your Google swing. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, guys. Like, y'all might see me take swing trades, but as I say a bunch of times here, when I take trades like this, I'm willing to hold this thing for years if I need to. And so, you know, I think if you're willing to hold these things for years, you're going to make money a large majority of the time. You know, I think blue chips specifically, depending on which ones they are fine to bag hold, so to speak. You know, like holding them and waiting, most of them are going to be up in the next couple years, in my opinion. But short term, you don't really know. And so it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if I would copy my trades unless you guys are willing. And I'm not saying you're copying me, Tiny. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, like, don't copy me unless you guys are willing to take, you know, to hold them the same amount of time that I am, which is a long time, you know. Most of them go in my favor pretty quickly. Like Microsoft, we got out like a bandit on it a couple, you know, yesterday. But that's certainly not everyone. And so it takes a little bit of time. And so I think there's an argument for very short-term bull action here, but I'm not 100%, of course. All right, market's bouncing back a little bit here. Yeah, so like I said, very short term, I thought we might get a little pop here just based off of this trend holding and breaking. But there's big boy Bruce. All right, guys, we got the data coming out in about 3 minutes here, guys. About 3 minutes. Bruce's barking goes short. Hey, baby. Where you see the Dow heading? No idea. You know, what's the symbol for the Dow on TOS? It's DJI, I believe, right? It depends on if you think we're going to bounce here or not. I think we could bounce back up to, you know, 33s maybe sometime over the next week or two, but I don't know for sure. Right, for sure, Tiny. No worries. He's the third confirmation on your algo. Hey. Is the music too loud, guys? Y'all let me know. We'll go by what everybody says. Music's always been at this level for the most part. All right, guys, I'm sorry. New Carol called me at the worst freaking time possible, man. All right, guys. So Michigan consumer expectations came in higher than expected. Again, higher than expected. Consumer sentiment came in higher than expected. New home sales came in higher than expected. Month over month came in at 7.2%. New home sales came in at 670,000 versus 620,000 expected. Michigan's consumer expectations came in at 64.7 versus 62.3 expected. Consumer sentiment came in at 67 versus 66.4. Everything came in higher than expected. New home sales, consumer inflation expectations came in lower than expected, which is good. Michigan consumer conditions came in at lower than expected. Consumer sentiment came in higher than expected. Consumer expectations came in higher than expected. 5-year inflation expectations came in at 2.9%, which was as expected. And so we tried to cover that data quickly, but that's the data that came out today. We will cover it. Or we did cover it. Again, new home sales came in at new home sales came in at 670K. Is what they came in at 670,000 versus 620,000 expected. Here's that data on screen. So far, we've got a neutral reaction. There's that data on screen right here. Consumer sentiment came in higher than expected, and we're putting all this data up on screen. There you go. That's the data right there. New home sales, 670K versus 620,000 expected. So new home sales came in higher than expected. Month over month came in as expected. 5-year expectations came in at 2.9%, which was as expected. Consumer expectations came in higher than expected. Consumer sentiment came in higher than expected. Current conditions came in lower than expected. And Michigan inflation expectations came in lower than expected. So far, we've had a neutral reaction to this, essentially. Carol's terrible about these phone calls, man. Yeah. Hey, if you called it, Sean, nice work, man. We kind of called it too. Like I said, if you saw the video, we've posted like 3 or 4 times already today. We told people back at 410s that we thought it was time for a pullback. We kind of drew it. If you look at what we drew in that video, we kind of drew exactly what happened. We broke down a little bit more than expected, but pretty spot on with it. If you look at the current trend that we've been showing everybody all week as well on TOS, pretty spot on with that too. Oh, I love Carol. You know, she just calls me a lot. When she goes to the grocery store is really when she calls me too much here. Market pump it up on the data. But yeah, when she goes to the grocery store is really when she calls me a little bit too much. All right, so Fed's Mester says, who's a non-voter and a hawk, says that the PCE report shows the Fed needs, quote, a little more. Market's pumping back up right now, though. Look at this big move on the market here. Nah, Carol's not watching the stream. Carol's at the grocery store. And so she's calling me to ask me what kind of food I want. She literally called me. The reason for her call today was, do you want turkey bacon? And the answer to that is always yes, and real bacon, but turkey bacon as well. So the answer to that question is always yes. She didn't need to call me. She knew. But she called me anyway. Okay, got a little pop-up. Testing VWAP right now. Normally I would short this, and I guess I will. See if we rejected the volume weighted average price. Maybe it's time to cut it. We got 2 contracts. It's a small trade. Big volatile moment here. If we break this candlestick, we'll cut it. Bro, another really great day, though, for Chart Prime here. So, like, check out Chart Prime, and I'm going to show you why I love Chart Prime. I guess we're going to go ahead and cut this. We should have listened to Chart Prime today, to be honest. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and cut that. And maybe it's right, but check out Chart Prime here, right? Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. And to look at this here, just let me show you guys this real quick. It gives you custom alerts. So I'm going to preface this with, like, look, I cannot guarantee you're going to make money. Okay, I cannot guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. Okay, nobody can guarantee you're going to make money on anything. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor, right? But right now, they got a huge sale. It's 40% off right now. And again, the reason I'm talking about them, number one, they're a sponsor of mine, so I'm biased in their favor. But 40% off sale right now. And again, if we zoom in here, let me just show you this. Like, if you zoom in here, look at how accurate this has been today. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but I can't fake what I'm showing you either. These do not repaint. So these do not repaint. But look, reversal up and a bullish engulfing candle. They show you custom alerts, support and resistance documentation, candlestick patterns, reversal signals, right? So they said possible reversal up and a bullish engulfing candle showed up together at once. Huge bounce. Again, possible reversal down literally at the very top of this. Big drop. Bullish engulfing candle here. Nice little bounce. Again, the same thing. Reversal up and multiple bullish engulfing candles, which I find to be the most accurate when you have multiple showing up together at once. Big bounce up there as well. And again, we can keep going back to more pre-market as well for Chart Prime here. If we keep going back, reversal signal at the top. Again, into this yesterday. Reversal signal at the top, reversal down, drop, reversal down, drop, reversal up, bounce. In pre-market today, reversal down, drop, reversal up, bounce. And so again, I can't fake what I'm showing you, and that's just a small piece of what they offer. They're incredibly cheap as a platform. It costs like, I think like 30 bucks a month right now if you take advantage of their sale, and that's just a small little piece of what they offer. It's called Chart Prime. Check them out. Trading view indicator service. You can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. They got a huge sale with 40% off right now. Check them out. Here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Have a good weekend, Tiny. We'll see you guys next week. Yeah, you can do it. Use it on crypto as well. Pulling back a little bit, choppy sideways action, to be honest, right now. I said, can you show it on crypto? Yeah, we can show it on crypto. All right, so here's Bitcoin on a 15-minute chart. So again, this is a longer-term chart here. All right, so this is a longer-term Bitcoin chart right here. Like, look at this, right? So just looking at this. Again, these are 15-minute candles. And so when they bounce like that, you know, again, let's look at it. This one was wrong. But look at how accurate this reversal down signal on a 15-minute chart. So this is hours of bear action right here on Bitcoin. Here's the same thing. Reversal up, bullish engulfing candle. Again, 2 of them showing up together at one point in time. Same thing we talked about, over like an hour and a half period reversal right there as well. Possible reversal up signal here, over like an hour period. We get a bounce here. And so again, it can be powerful. Check out the link in the description if you want more info on it, but they are a sponsor of mine. I'm definitely biased in their favor. But again, they could just be powerful, man. Okay, thank you, Morning Dew. Yeah, and again, one of the last things we'll talk about here today is our lunar here, man. I'm gonna have to make a short video about this here. Like, I want to show you guys this as well. Let me show you guys this. If you sent me the video, let me check it out here. 1 second. And then we're also going to be doing a crypto show today, guys. So as soon as we end today's stream, we're going to be doing a crypto show today. So again, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program in futures. They give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following the rules and conditions, and they fund you between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. It's the single best way to test your trading skill without taking a lot of risk. There's no PDD in futures, and you can day trade and short futures without restriction on TopStep. It genuinely is one of the easiest ways. It's a lot cheaper to lose money on TopStep than it is to put up 15K and lose that in futures. And when you day trade futures, there's no PDT rule. You're essentially day trading the S&P 500 or any other commodity, really. And so again, you can check out the link. We just posted it in chat right there. We are going to be doing a crypto show, but again, before we look at that today, guys, I want to show you guys this short that somebody found for me. Because let me mute this real quick while I listen to it. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to mute this. I'm going to mute the music. But again, if you look at Lunar right now, this is what we're referencing here, guys. So again, if you want to look at Lunar right here, here's the SPY. Yesterday, we literally told you guys exactly what was going to happen with Lunar. We told you guys exactly what was going to happen here, and I'll show you guys how. Okay. All right. Let me listen to this real quick. Top 3 trader in the world right now. Boom. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Hey, listen, I said quote yesterday. I said quote while Lunar was at freaking $100 a share, $150 a share. I literally said quote, Lunar will 100% be back down under $50 a share within a day or two. Verbatim what I said. If you want to see this, hey, we're going to make a short about it. But listen, when you're right, you're right. And again, I want you guys to understand, like, we've been in this game for a long time. We've been in this game for a very long time. Okay. We have done this a lot. All right. Let me make sure this works. We've been in this game a very long time. We've done this a lot. And again, I'm going to show you what we mean by this. Okay. So like here, listen to this quote. All right. We're going to put it up on stream and then we're going to pivot to our crypto channel, guys. And so again, listen to what I say here. Lunar is at $30 a share right now. We called it when it was at like 110. All right. Let me put the settings up. All right. Listen, made some money with Lunar. That's great. I'm not knocking. And so, sure, you might have made some money with Lunar. That's great. I'm not knocking that. I'm not hating on that. What I'm saying is that don't invest in these companies. You can momentum trade these things. Do whatever you want to do. Just don't invest in them. They're terrible companies. Like this thing, Lunar will 100%. What? You're freezing up right now, bro? Be back down under 50. Lunar will 100 companies. Like this thing, Lunar will 100% be back down under 50 within a couple days. My guess is not 100%, but I would give it a very high likelihood that Lunar is eventually over the next couple days going to reverse all the way back down under 50. Said that yesterday when Lunar was at $100 plus yesterday. Hey, listen, when you're this good, I mean, listen, you know, humility just flows through you. Love you all. Hey, we're going to end this show. We're going to pivot to our crypto show right now. And so we are going to trade on our crypto show right now. We're going to be doing a crypto show covering the latest news in crypto. If you want to check it out, if you're on mobile and for whatever reason it does not bring you to the crypto show, here is the link for that show right here. Check it out. Here is the link. Join the show. We appreciate the love and support. Thank you so much. Hit the subscribe button as you get over there. I told you guys, man, listen, I've been in this game a long time. I have actively traded every day for years and years and years. People can say whatever they want. You can't argue with these call outs, man. I don't want anybody to copy me. You know, I don't even know if there's really a way to take advantage of lunar on the downside like that. I'm sure shorts are pretty hard to come by. But when you experience it over and over again, eventually you learn how they move. And that's exactly how they move. But yeah, there's the short link. Again, we're going to go to our crypto channel, guys. There's the link. The crypto show is about to start right now. And so we'll see you guys over there. Good luck. Again, we will see you guys over there. Again, as soon as we end this channel, it's going to immediately bring you to the crypto channel. Yeah, we'll see you guys over there. Good luck. Let me invite Cam. I don't think I invited Cam yet. Hold on, team. My bad. And yeah, we'll see you guys over at the crypto show. Good luck, guys. We'll see you guys over there.